Order the City of Lakewood study session in Lakewood, Colorado on February 5th, 2018 at 7 p.m. in Chambers. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Paul.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Vincent. Here. Vita.
Here.
Franks.
Here.
Gutwein.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Skilling.
Here.
Harrison. Abel. Royball.
Here all by myself.
You have a quorum.
All right. Thank you very much. Before we move into our first phase, which is public comment, I just want to take a moment to just moment of silence. Sounds like we've lost another police officer in Colorado Springs this evening, as well as a sheriff, as we all know, last week and one the week before. So just want to keep our law enforcement in our thoughts and prayers. It's a challenging job and way too much loss. So please join me. Thank you. So we'll now move into public comment, and public comment is a little bit different at study sessions. The comment is geared directly towards our two topics of the evening, which is a follow-up on park dedication fees as well as a presentation on the bicycle master plan. So we'll have public comment right now, and then we'll have one after the presentations as well. So let me see who is on which. Why isn't this? Do you have two for one floor?
Fire and fire. It says fire on the top.
There we go. Okay. So in case you didn't sign up on the prior and you still want to speak prior, just let me know. First up, we have Robert Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez? Yes, sir. Yeah, please. We'll have 3 minutes. This little box here will go green for 2.5. When you're at 2.5, it'll go yellow, and at 3 minutes, it'll go red.
My name's Robert A. Gonzalez. I live at 1680 Independence Street here in Lakewood for 27 years. I'm not too familiar with something about the bicycles here, but I know I had talked to Mr. LeBure Jacob about bicycle situation that's taking place all over the state. And I told him, well, I'm amazed at some of these $1,000 bicycles, $2,000, $5,000 bicycles, but they don't contribute a dime in revenue or pay taxes. I remember growing up, I had to have a little license plate at 5, 6 years old to have a bicycle on the street. And I don't think anybody with those $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 bikes would be unwilling to pay $100 a year or whatever, which could contribute a lot of revenue for the city. We don't have too much revenue. That's just a comment I wanted to say without knowing much about it, but it's been something that's on my mind for some time, and I did mention it to Jacob. So with that, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for coming out, and we'll all learn more in a little bit about bikes. Mr. Gordon. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Robert Gordon, and I live at 10390 West 13th Place in Lakewood, Colorado, and that is near the Oak Station. And I'm to speak about the talk of putting a bicycle path behind my house, connecting Kipling with the Oak Station. And the talk is that the bicycle path will go over the white lateral ditch, and I get my water from the ditch. So if you put a bicycle path across that, you will be taking my access to my water rights. And so I want you to be, I want to go on record as saying that I'd rather that the bicycle path went a different way than right behind my house. But if it does, then you will owe me something for the property that you're taking from me.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Mr. Carabello?
Can I wait until after?
Yep, you betcha. Ms. Johnson? You betcha. No worries. Ms. Judson? I see Lynn. Yeah, you're up, Lynn.
Hi, members of City Council.
Welcome.
Mayor. Thank you. I'm Lynn Judson. My address is 1805 South Van Gordon Street, Lakewood. I wanted to indicate my support for eliminating the opt-out fee for developers of 15 acres or more pertaining to providing park space within their developments, open space, and green belts. I'd like to see that eliminated, which would require that projects of 15 acres or more contain these open areas. And in projects with less than 15 acres, I would like to see the wording changed to current market value instead of the figure it is now, which may be something like $700 per unit. Because realistically, we could not provide a park for the fee that's in there now. We need to change it to current market value. So I definitely want developers to include parks and open areas within their developments as a requirement if they're 15 acres or more, and otherwise change it to the current market value. I think this would make Lakewood a more attractive place, especially as we are seeing more development of land, that we preserve those open spaces. And thank you for considering this.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller? This ought to be genius.
Just a couple of things that I want you to think about when you're talking about this that I don't think that have been brought up. I talked to one of the development guys. They want to take down the sound barrier along 13th Avenue because if they have the sound barrier up, they can't keep the ice off the new bike path. Also, the city has come through and harassed these guys. They won't give them a price on what they're going to take the property for because they want to use eminent domain on it. And I know we've never used eminent domain, but they've been threatening them with eminent domain if they don't sell to them. Number 3 is that they don't want them to put anything in their yard to block the bike path because they want them to keep it open so they can patrol the bike path, watch the bike path for crime, drugs, et cetera, et cetera. If they would just come up and tell these people what they're going to offer for their, and they want to take 12 full feet out of their backyards, 12 feet for a bike path. It seems a little bit excessive for a bike path, and then to lose the sound barrier, it's going to make their backyards completely uninhabitable. Thanks a lot.
You. Next. Sir? Just give us your name and address for the record, please. Yeah. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Odell Orr. I live at 1301 Nelson Street. The bike path, I was very much for it until I started working with Ken Nyhoff and Jay Hutchinson. How do you spell corrupt? There you have it. The lies continue to come. We still don't know where we're at. Mr. Nyhoff has stood us up at many times at various restaurants where he was going to break plans and never did. This is poor professional behavior. Oh, but you're going to get a call now from Jay Hutchinson. Well, I haven't heard from Jay Hutchinson. Now I have public service people walking on my yard, peeking in my windows, and measuring off my yard. So finally, after warning number 2, do not do this. Do not disrespect me because you'll live to regret it. So I got my lawyer involved. So now Jay, and this is on record, and Mr. Nyhoff have to use my attorney. So all I can tell you is start dealing honest with the people. And I want to also say that relocating the bike path from where it is now, I had the School of Mines kids, about 20 of them, go over this whole project. Every one of them, not 19, not 18, but every one of them says, there's something really fishy going on here at your city, because to put a bike path in like they do at Washington Park or Cherry Creek, they put Jersey barriers on the side of the road. People are well seen. They're protected by tons of concrete. But yet you're going to go in their people's backyards. My wife wants to know who is going to protect the safety of these homeowners. We've been broken into in the last week 6 times from bums getting off the train and coming down the side of that wall. What's going to happen when you have a little venue in there for bikes? You think they're not going to sleep in there? Who's going to protect it? I asked Wadnell 9 years ago, who is going to protect the people behind here when you put this in here? This is all falling on ears that don't give a darn. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you people vote on this to go in people's backyards, you should go interview the people off of 6th Avenue in Monaco and around there and say, how would you like it if we took those Jersey barriers away and run this in your backyard? Oh, you'd get a big fight. But we're to be reckoned with over here in Lakewood. I thought for a while there the bike path would be helpful until I had a professional bicyclist tell me something. Odell, people go up and down Lookout Mountain all the time. There's grave sites of bicycles where people got hit. The professional biker doesn't care about your bike path. And you've spiked every meeting with these radical bicyclists that come in here that think they have a right because they have 2 SUVs in their car, in their garage, and they pay taxes. It's wrong what you're doing to the people that have private property over here. Let me come and take your property, see how you feel, each and every one of you. I've said my piece, and I'm going to tell you something. I've let Donald Trump know what monkey antics are going on in this city. I've known him and his father for years. I got a call from his secretary today. She's going to mention it to him. If he can get back with me, he will. This needs to be exposed for what it is. This is bad, bad policy to do to people that are private properties and taxpayers and owners. You're going to take down walls and trees and rebuild trenches. The School of Mine kid says, we're engineers. I can't believe this. They're doing this. There's something behind this. There's money involved somewhere, or it's bad politics. You should search for an answer why they're doing this. Why go through all this gobbledygook when you can pave it down here nice and smooth with very little money? And it's already there anyway. Why? So I want you guys to think about that. We're not stupid people here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we'll move into our first item, which is the presentation. Ms. Newland. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This presentation tonight is a follow-up discussion from the park dedication conversation that we had in October. And Ross Williams will be giving the presentation, and he'll talk through, give some context based on what we talked about at that last meeting, since we have some new council people. And then he'll talk about the information, the feedback that we got from you, and how we're recommending to move forward. So with that, I'd like to introduce Ross Williams, our facility planner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kit. Mayor and city councilors. Tonight, I'm Ross Williams, your facility planner. I've been charged with working with the park dedication ordinance since we enacted it back in 1983. And tonight, I'd like to, like Kit said, we will be doing a follow-up to our presentation last October. What I want to do tonight is to continue our discussion that occurred back then, introduce several of the new councilors to some of the things that we talked about at that time, discuss some recommended changes to our current ordinance, and then request the council refer this to the Planning Commission as they look at development-related initiatives within the city to provide feedback to the council after they talk about and review the information we provide them. Just to bring you up to date where we are with the City of Lakewood. The City of Lakewood, as you see on the map, is 44.2 square miles. The City of Lakewood manages approximately 25% of that as park and open space area, roughly 7,100 acres throughout the City of Lakewood. We also provide approximately 46 acres per 1,000 population. And these are the metrics that we use in the Parks and Recreation field. They were originally established by the National Parks and Recreation Association as a standard for park service within the city, within communities across the nation. We have 109 separate sites currently that we manage. A quick look at other municipalities along the Front Range and in the general area here. You see the City of Lakewood in red across there. This chart I modified since the last time we viewed it because of some concern from some councilors regarding leased land versus owned land. The larger, again, looking at Lakewood, we have 44 square miles and 25.6% of it being parks and open space that we manage. If you take away the leased area, it's approximately 16.5 acres. 16.5% of the city is owned by the City of Lakewood for parks and open space. If you look up and down the list, you'll see that it's above all the other communities on that list there. In acres per 1,000 population, it's reduced from 46.2 to 30 acres per 1,000. And looking at the list, we'd be second behind Broomfield. And I believe the only other large community probably in the metro area is Boulder, which has a significantly higher number also. But you can see that even with taking away our leased lands, and we have 4 leased properties that most likely probably will be always open space, but whether we manage them or not is need to be discussed in the future. The 4 of them bearing Bear Creek Lake Park, and the 3 reservoir properties owned by the Agricultural Ditch and Reservoir Company in the center of town, where they provide water storage facilities for their facilities. How do we get to this point? This slide it represents the 3 time periods in the city's history. The first column on the left is before 1969, before we were a city of Lakewood. At that point in time, before we became a city, there was approximately 220 acres of parkland. Most of it was purchased. However, 18 acres of that was donated or dedicated by developers, primarily parcels that were not suitable for the type of development they were looking at to provide, i.e. Holbrook Park is a drainage way through the Holbrook neighborhood. Meadowlark Park is very similar. Basically, there were properties that they couldn't use. The second column is from Lakewood's incorporation until 1983, when our parkland dedication ordinance was put into place. Significance about this time period is that we did most of our land acquisition for park space. We did most of it by purchase, approximately 5,400 acres, purchase or lease, and then another 268 acres was through a dedication process, primarily from ODPs, or official development, negotiated at the time of zoning. Big increase why we have so much purchase during that time period was our benefactor of the Jefferson County Open Space Sales Tax Program, which came into place in 1972. The first 10 years was specifically, almost exclusively, for acquiring and maintaining open space. It was not for developing it or major improvements to it. In 1983, about the same time we passed our parkland dedication ordinance, open space did change to include development within that figure there. But as you notice, since 1983, 1984 through current, we've added another 1,200 acres of parkland to the city's inventory. However, most of it, again, is through our purchasing of those particular properties. Approximately 209 acres was dedicated. A lot of that left over from older ODPs, such as in Hutchinson Homes and some other areas in the northern part of the city that were officially under a development plan. Our current parkland dedication ordinance, again written in 1983, included these provisions. It's applicable to residential development only. That does include mixed-use development if it does include residential improvements on that. So that is covered. There's no, it does not include commercial properties. It sets a limit, or sets a population generation from each household unit of 2.5 persons per household. This was an average number between the different types of housing units, where if you have a single-family detached home, you're looking at in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 persons per household as population generation, to apartments and multifamily attached units of approximately 1.5 to 2 persons per household. So at the time, it was, for simplicity purposes, it was determined to set this number at 2.5 per household. It also talks about the different types of parks. The first being neighborhood parks, which are small, easy to walk to, and a standard of 2.5 acres per thousand population to serve the community neighborhood needs. It also discussed the community parks, the little bit larger facilities such as Morris Park, Addenbrook, Carmody, Ray Ross, those larger facilities that have multi-purpose sports fields and that attract from all the other neighborhoods in the area. And that standard was set at 3 acres per thousand population. In the ordinance, it also specifically talked about regional parks and open space, a standard of 5 acres per thousand population. However, the ordinance took into account that we did have quite a few large open space areas within our inventory, such as Bear Creek Lake Park, such as William Frederick Hayden Park, and the Bear Creek Greenbelt. And so it basically said we will waive the requirement to dedicate for a regional park. Regional parks are special facilities that are unique to the community and not necessarily a conglomeration for like community parks, but standalone unique facilities that are important to the city, such as Green Mountain, which is in our earliest plans that we had was to preserve everything above 6,200 foot elevation, and that's what we have set out and have completed with the last purchase of the Kelly property. It's the fees, and if a fee was collected, it was put into the 7 planning districts that were established. They aren't exactly as defined as the 5 wards. There are 5 planning areas that was in the comprehensive plan of that time, Concept Lakewood. They had 7 areas, and they straddle many of the different wards that we have today. The most important thing in the ordinance, it says the city determines if the land is dedicated or a fee is collected. There's no developer opt-out. There's no outside party. It's the city of Lakewood who is responsible for making the decision between requiring a land dedication or paying a fee in lieu of that land dedication. The land dedications that are accepted should be based on the city's comprehensive plan and plans for the city to make an organized development of our park system was another major category in the ordinance. There is no provision for waiver. I mentioned earlier in other communities do sometimes put in waivers for low-income housing, for senior housing, for assisted living facilities and things like that. Ours does not allow for that, and over the years I've had probably about 4 requests, primarily from persons sitting over in the city manager's slot, see if there's some way we could find a way to promote these projects. But in all cases, there was a fee or land dedicated because the ordinance is not waiverable, basically. And the biggest provision is the fee in lieu is to be fair market value of the land that would have been dedicated. However, the city council determined that that might be a significant burden on providing affordable housing, so they set a per unit cap at that point in time of $700 a unit. What that does, the $700 a unit does artificially described the land value in the city of Lakewood to be about $50,000 an acre. Is that what the cap equates out to if you mathematically follow that through? What we have heard at our last meeting in October, and also really important, came from our Imagine Lakewood discussions. Imagine Lakewood is the Department of Community Resources master plan. We went through a very robust outreach period for over the last year to determine what the citizens of Lakewood really desired in their parks and recreation and open space and heritage and culture and all those facilities that our department provides. And the important thing is, yes, we want parkland. Yes, we want to preserve our open space. It's very important to the citizens of Lakewood. But also, we'd like to have improvements on that land, and we'd like to see improvements to our parkland. Also suggested is that new residents need to pay their fair share for those facilities there. It is in our new plan. It is a specific goal in that plan. 6D talks specifically to the acquisition or improvement of our park system and adding parks to our facility. The other thing we heard at the committee from the council members, developers have an opt-out. As I said earlier, there is no opt-out. It's the city staff or the director of community resources has the option to determine whether a land dedication or a fee. It's either or, it's not nothing, is the important thing that the ordinance has in it. Another thing that council mentioned was talking about impact fees. Our ordinance is a land dedication to provide and make sure that we have space for parks and open space, although we do have an out that if we generate money and we don't have an acquisition, we can use it for development. But impact fees is another completely separate subject that I believe council will be taking up at another time because it affects more than just parks and open space and on the impacts to the city. There was a concern about leased versus owned lands. I think I explained that a little bit tonight. As I said, I don't foresee the owners of those lands really wanting to lease to anyone else because they feel it's important and they probably have a good deal that we manage and maintain a lot of those areas that they would like us to do, but it also provides a great, unique open space opportunity for our citizens. Another thing that came up at that meeting was the look at impacts of commercial development. This is more in line with the impact fees, I believe. Commercial development is difficult to put a nexus between what impacts that the commercial development will have on our park system. I have not seen a land dedication or a park ordinance throughout the state of Colorado that puts a burden on commercial development. And it's primarily due to the fact that if you buy a burger at McDonald's, how much impact does that have on going to the park next door or down the street and the neighborhood facilities? And lastly, our fee is not necessarily reflective of our current land values within the city of Lakewood. And I'll talk a little bit more on that as we go through this part of this presentation. Next is a series of things that we believe as Department of Community Resources are recommending as we look at updating or making improvements to our parkland dedication ordinance. First, we want to ensure that the process and the ordinance is clear, understandable, and timely. We don't want to make a prolonged discussion and stretch out our development process longer than it currently is. And we do receive comments that it is a fairly arduous process to go through. We are recommending, rather than completely remove the cap, we recommend that we increase the cap and review it periodically, either up yearly or annually or biannually, to see if the fee is correct and appropriate for the citizens of Lakewood. We are suggesting two alternatives of how that can take place. Incremental alternative would be to immediately, once an ordinance is passed, to increase the fee to a $1,400 cap in June of 18 if the ordinance passes, and then have a second next increase starting January 1st up to $2,100 a unit as a cap until we review it again in the future years. The second alternative would be, let's make the new rate immediate as soon as this comes into place in June. The fee goes up to $2,100 a unit to all new units that come in to the development process after that moment in time. We'd like to ask the council to refer this matter, as I mentioned, to the Planning Commission, as the Planning Commission works with all our development-related processes, subdivisions, zonings, and the course of that, and we feel it's important to get them to weigh in on what impacts changes into our park fees would do. This is very similar to process to what we did when we originally wrote the ordinance back in 1983. The Planning Commission did most of the legwork and pushing together, and then it went on to City Council from there. If that is your recommendation from this meeting tonight, the earliest we can get to the Planning Commission is February 21st at their regular session. And on that calendar, we should be able to present to the Mayor and Council for adoption of an ordinance at the March 26th and the April 9th being a second reading of that ordinance. With that, I will leave it to you for deliberation. I will sit down with my director and we can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ross. Nice presentation. Always great knowledge of the system in the background. Ms. Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. Mr. Williams, did I hear you correct when you gave the number of $50,000 based on the current 700? Could you break that number down for me, if I indeed heard that number correctly?
That number is correct. Basically, in order to figure out that, you take the $700 per unit cap, and when you go through the mathematics of one new unit, 2.5 persons per unit, 5.5 acres of parkland to be dedicated per 1,000 population. Each unit is required to dedicate 0.01375 acres. So you multiply that times, or divide 700 by that number, you come out with a land value of $50,000 an acre.
And how does that compare to fair market value if we're looking at it? Obviously, land changes based on its topography and location. I'd want to see those numbers in writing too, to understand how those break down and see if they equate to actual projects rather than theoretical. But can you give me a little bit more context?
What we're suggesting in the $2,100 a unit is closer to the values that we are finding that we have purchased land and we've reviewed for over the last 5 years. Looking at the Taylor property, that came in at $117,000 an acre. And then we also looked at 1150 Oak Street we just recently purchased within the last 2 years. That came in at $122,000 an acre. However, we also have looked across the board at other lands, not necessarily the ones we've purchased, but residential properties that are skyrocketing out of that range also. So we believe that the range is where we've been purchasing is the proper place to set the fee.
Great, thank you. And when we talked earlier about this, you said first the city determines, and then the director of community resources. Is that, who is it specifically who can determine?
Ross is our representative with the planning staff and the planning and public works staff when they're looking at development. So he brings those conversations back and we go through what the options are in terms of possibility for park property and what that might look like, where it would be. And then if that's not a good option for us based on the location or adjacency to other properties, then we would ask them to pay the fee.
So are you saying that there's a defined decision matrix and scoring where it's not subjective, it is objective? Is that what I'm hearing? Or is there some subjectivity to the scoring matrix?
There's not really a scoring matrix because every single one of these developments is so different. So we have to just look at all the factors that come into play. the adjacencies to school properties and other park properties. There isn't a checkoff list. There is no matrix. It's really just a conversation about what might work, what would the community be able to use or not? Is this a drainage area, or is it is it highly sloped? What kind of, the topography, a variety of factors we take into consideration.
Absolutely. And what I'm hearing about that, though, that is matrixed. I mean, that is not ageist subjective. That is, where is it? How close is it to other things? How close is it to schools, topography, drainage? Those are all things. So I'm just a more, as being a project manager, the more you get away from subjective things and you have a scoring criteria, then people can assess those decision-making things. So I just wanted to comment on that. With regards to Bear Creek Lake Park, when is the lease up on that property?
We have 24 years left on the lease.
24 years.
Yeah.
And what is the status of, I know that there was kind of some scare that was going on where they might want to flood it out and erode our ability for our citizens and those in the surrounding area to utilize it because it would flood out all of the facilities. Where do we stand on that?
That process is still moving forward. I would say it's sort of in the courts right now. It's not actually the entire facility. It's the reservoir. So it's the sort of furthest east, is that right? West? Oh, portion of the park. So it's not the popular beach area. It's not Little Soda Lakes where the ski school is, but it would impact many of our trails and it would flood out some of the facilities for sure. It's moving forward. We haven't had any updates lately, but the city manager indicated earlier this evening that she would like to bring in someone from the Colorado Water Conservation Board to do a presentation. So we'll get an update for you.
Wonderful. I just like people to kind of know that, nothing's static, things do change. And then my last question is, and I appreciate you guys breaking it down by owned versus managed land. I think that was helpful. Also, I would like to know just a general idea of when we're talking about our parkland and open space, there's obviously usable space and then there's like the ravines that is not usable, and that changes. I mean, obviously unless you're somebody who's highly agile, you're not going down into some of the parks. So do we know how much of our parkland it would be considered non-usable space? And I'd love to see that over time contrasted to other cities who don't have the topography type things that we have. Because when you compare, it's not really an apples to apples if you've got an area that is wide and flat and you're talking about all their parkland being highly usable, and then we're talking about, at least in Ward 4, where a good majority of it isn't usable. So protecting what is usable and gaining more of that does provide good value. Do we have any kind of sense of the non-usable space?
I don't think that's something that we've ever measured. I think because there's value as well in the scenic corridors that along the ravines, for example. No, you might not want to climb down there, and the coyotes like to go down there too. So I try to stay away from there. But there's some value in that land as well for passive viewing.
Absolutely.
So no, we've not broken it down that way.
Great. Well, I appreciate the answer. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. So Ross, prior to this being in place, we probably did receive a lot of land that was unusable because we would have developers say, okay, we'll give you a piece of land, here it is, because we can't use it. Is that fairly accurate?
It'd be fairly accurate. The question is, usability changes over time and how you look at it. Today, if you look at Holbrook Park, at that time they couldn't build houses on it because it was floodplain, but it's probably one of the more beautiful parks, picturesque, traditional park space that we have in the city. That's green grass and open space through there. And how much is it unusable? I don't think there's anything unusable. There's a stream that runs through it that people can go in the stream and go along stream banks. There's a couple of lakes that we use for irrigation. Are those unusable? Those are it a matter of how you look at the resources that we have out there.
And talk a little bit more about flexibility. So I know there's some pieces of land that I think you mentioned last time, and this is a new group, that you wish you wouldn't have taken or we weren't left with.
Well, I can tell you my worst horror story is near Mr. Orr's home along 13th Avenue corridor. where the Habitat for Humanity subdivision came in. We thought it would be good if we got the land so we can work with RTD to possibly shift things over. Well, they weren't budging where they wanted to move. This was long before they even had a design for the light rail line. We picked up 1/10 of an acre for parkland. We can't get rid of it without going through the vote of the people because of our city charter provision there. So we have the strip of land that's really tough to work with that we can't do in that particular case. And that wasn't necessarily forced. That was a conscious decision on our part, probably a mistake. But there are potentially a lot of other small strips, as I mentioned, 0.01375 acres per unit. If you have a subdivision of 1 unit and required to take land, that's it doesn't make a lot of sense if you're trying to manage facilities and do it in a cost-effective way to provide park space throughout the community. So forcing land dedication is not necessarily always in the best interest of the citizens of Lakewood or the city. We have to go through a matrix or go through an evaluation process to make sure that we have a coherent system that will satisfy the whole community.
Okay. And a clarifying question, the proposed amounts today equate closer to the average of 100 to 125,000 per acre, which is what we're seeing.
Yes, it's in that range. We've looked at, like I said, evaluated the parcels that we've recently acquired, and it is in that range.
Okay. And then have you looked at, and I think we're seeing a little bit of this in all of our building dialogue discussions, there's different parts of the city, much different, and the housing stock is much different. So have you looked at a tiered type approach or an approach that kind of took into account, some of our goals in some areas are affordability and potentially when you do add steep fees on, that's going to be passed on to the consumer. So how do we look at that, or have you examined any of that?
We examined a lot of sales reports and data. Raw land tends to the raw land that we've been able to purchase for park property has tended to be quite a bit lower per acre. Some of there's utilities and so forth, and sometimes buildings on some of the other properties, so there's costs associated with those. We talked about the possibility of doing it based on the part of town. However, we didn't move in that direction, just thinking that might just add another variable and complex level to the discussion.
Part of the goal is predictability.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do think re-examining it every year will be really helpful.
Mr. Skilling.
Hello. So I had prepared a draft ordinance. Did you all get a chance to see that with my red lines and changes on it? So let me just quickly go through some of those. The first thing on the draft ordinance was making it so that anything above basically 15 or more acres, there is no fee in lieu opportunity. So if you're going to have a major development, we're going to make sure that you comport with the parkland dedication requirements, and you're not going to be able to do the fee in lieu. Is there any comment to that revision that I had proposed?
We talked about that for a long time and couldn't figure out how we should decide that 15 acres is the right amount of land. We just thought that it would be better to leave the flexibility of where there's appropriate land or not. That was 15 seems sort of an arbitrary number of acres, because there could be a piece of property that's 2 acres. For example, the 4 acres we just purchased over near Sunset Park, it's a perfect expansion to that park, and we wouldn't have wanted to walk away from that. So we wanted to purchase that property. I mean, there's so many different variables is what I'm getting at. So we didn't think that 15 acres should play into the conversation necessarily.
Okay, but you understand my point to it. On the bigger developments, and we're not talking about the smaller, the 2 acre, or what I'll describe as the anomalous ones that Ross was just speaking to, the small strips and those types of things. But the 15 acres or more, just the idea that those aren't ever going to be those are always going to be dedicated. I'll put it in a positive way. Those will always be dedicated. And it's arbitrary in the sense that you have to pick a number. There's got to be there's a certain size that sometimes we have to assign acreage to, and this is one of those instances. Is there any further comment on the 15? Did you guys look at doing 12 or 10, or just wanted to stay away from that number?
In looking at it, we did not see a significance. Number one, there are very few 15-acre undeveloped parcels within the city of Lakewood. Where we have had larger developments, such as in the Rooney Valley, we have required the land dedication versus a fee in lieu. In every case in the Rooney Valley, we have received more land dedication from the development than what our current ordinance is even requiring to put in there. The other issue that comes into if we arbitrarily set a land or acreage fee is that it depends on the zone district. In just an example, the north half of the Taylor property, 60 acres. It's currently zoned, and if it doesn't get changed in zoning, it's currently zoned R143. That potentially, that 60 acres, you're only going to get 9 units to the acre on it, and our parkland dedication of that would maybe less than an acre on that whole 60 acres in that particular development. Whereas if you look at another zone district, if it was zoned R2, your yield is 78 units per acre, and you'd have a significantly larger portion of land dedication there. So the size of the parcel does not necessarily dictate how much land you get out of dedication. It's the zoning that is currently in place on that land, or the zoning that would come before council to change it to, that would change that figure.
So it sounds like if we did the 15 acres or more, that sounds like it's right in line with what you're already doing with these larger parcels. So it actually wouldn't be arbitrary at all. It would just follow along with what you've adopted as maybe an informal, maybe not policy, but certainly decision making up to this point on those larger parcels, whether it's in the valley or whatnot, has been to have it dedicated. So this would just be kind of taking it out of that informal and putting it into into the code. Okay. The next thing that we talked about, the $2,100 that you want to do the incremental raise. One of my other revisions or red lines to the document, of which there weren't very many, but that particular red line was just to do fair market value. Is there a comment to that? I mean, it sounds like what I was hearing was the 2,100. I think Ross mentioned over the past 5 years, it's kind of the average stuff we've seen. So again, kind of with the 15 acres that I had proposed, it would sound like the fair market value is where you all were somewhat recommending that we go anyway. And the difference is whether we use the language fair market value or if we just establish a number that we then come back in a year and see if we need to change. Is there any other disagreement with just putting in the words fair market value and just leaving the numbers out of it?
We would have to define how we come up with what fair market value is. That's all.
Are there other situations in your all's department or anyone else in Lakewood that we use fair market value in appraising costs?
There's some language in the parkland dedication ordinance for determining a process when there's not an agreement on fair market value. So it is something that's used in different contexts. Yeah.
Well, I guess what I had envisioned is you guys have already said with 21, there was some determination that you all made in coming up with $2,100. Yeah. Whether you call that fair market value or current cost of land, I think of them as the same thing. Mm-hmm. So it would seem to me, instead of coming back and changing numbers, we could just put current cost of land or fair market value of land. I think fair market value is probably the most correct way to say it. And I know that's what some other jurisdictions have used. They say fair market value. So, I mean, if there's no it sounds like we're saying the same things. My thought, though, would be instead of putting a number, we would just say it's going to be the fair market value. And then that gives everybody flexibility. It gives council doesn't have to come back every year. You guys can do your thing with figuring out actual costs. Seems like it's a lot easier than restricting everything to a fixed number.
I guess I'd like to talk to that point. Fair market value is determined usually through an appraisal process. Appraisal processes are not perfect, and we see a variety of different qualities of appraisals. On a small residential development, which is more likely the more expensive land that we look at, the appraisals are typical. A residential appraisal is not done by an MAI appraisal process and with the formality of training in there. And they're of less quality, I believe, in providing a fair market value. The other thing is, if we get to fair market value, and I'm going back into my history, click back a few years when we first developed this ordinance with the $700 cap. Yes, before that date, there were properties that were less in value than the $50,000 an acre. And we had to sit down with everyone to go through a process of either, let's see your deed, how much did you pay for this property, or go out for an appraiser. And it became a very cumbersome process to do that in the administrative realm, that we have to do that. The other thing that we're also finding with appraisals right now, an example being the Taylor property and the 1150 Oak Street property, it took us over 3 months to get an appraisal out of them, begging them every single day to get an appraisal done on that property. And trying to find quality appraisers is very difficult. Our property management people are having a difficult time for even our projects where we are using eminent domain or street projects, trying to find appraisers that will give us land values that we can work with. And that can be a very stifling effect on any type of action or development or in the community. And it makes Lakewood not a very good place to develop, because we have put these roadblocks in that I don't know when the end of it might be out there.
Well, here's my thought on that, is because I mentioned the same thing. I noticed that after I'd submitted the red lines, I saw some other things that needed editing. One of them was the appraisals. The way I see it, you all came up with, which is great, that you have the $2,100 number of what you've seen as the cost. I see no reason that why in this ordinance, we as a city, if we say current market value, we get to pick. In fact, the edit that I was suggesting is that we get rid of the appraisals altogether, because I don't think the city, which is in the current language, should have to pay half an appraisal cost just because somebody says, I don't agree with that number. So I agree with Ross completely that the appraisals can be, as we all know, all over the board. You know, one guy says this, one gal says that, and it can be all over the place. So I think that the city should say, this is what we believe the market value of this land is. It is X. And it won't be arbitrary, because we've defined it as current market value as determined by the city. And if you want to say determined by the community resources director or whoever it is that's making the decisions, I think, Mr. Cox, we'd be well within our legal rights to do that. I don't see any issue there.
Well, I mean, you're always going to run into the argument that an appraisal is how you determine fair market value. You can't just pick a number out of the air, city. You got to use some sort of method. So, being able to explain how you get to a number without an appraisal, if that can be manageable, then you probably could use that sort of a process. That's what I'd be concerned about.
That's what I was thinking too, Councilor Skilling. I was thinking that we could put a little bit more clarification around what the value is and how we come up with that amount.
I agree with you. The clarification would be great, because it goes to the mayor's point about predictability and all of that.
Yeah.
As long as the fundamental underpinning of that is, it's going to be the current market value. I don't want to be tied to numbers, and I certainly want it more than 700. So I want it, the underpinning of that is going to be tied to the fair market value. And if we need to clarify how we got to that number, similar to how you all got to that 2,100, then I think we can add some verbiage to that effect. And I don't think that's difficult to do. The last point, I know, I apologize, I'm taking time here, but
Mr. Orr, please mind the decorum. Thank you, sir. Okay. You'll have an opportunity to speak to council again. Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
So to the extent of the appraisal language that the city has to pay for half the appraisal, I don't think that we need that language in there. And then lastly, when Ross was talking about the what I call the anomalous strips, and that's just a word that I'll use, that's the when we have a policy and there's some unintended results of a 1,000 square foot strip of land that the city then has to mow and somebody has to take care of, and nobody wants to do that, and there's increased costs. The one point to that is it would be nice if there was a solution to that. Have you guys thought about what that solution would be under what I have proposed and others had proposed? Having the fair market value, having the 15 acres or less. Are there other solutions, what other cities do?
Once it's park property, then we can't do anything with it by our charter. So is that the question you're asking?
Yeah.
Basically, how could we dispose of it?
Well, I'm trying to think of if this is a real problem. I don't want to revise an ordinance and update it and then get stuck on something that, while it may be an unintended consequence and it makes for an anecdotal story, and we had this one little strip that we had to go out and mow. If that's not something that's prevalent, I don't want to get caught up on it. If it is something that happens a lot, then I would like to hear what the opinion on that is.
I would say it doesn't happen very often. I think that example we learned our lesson, and so we're much more careful about that now.
For clarification, though, under your proposal, Mr. Skilling, though, anything under 15 acres would still be subjected to the fee or the land. So that would just be that
there would be a fee.
Right.
Yeah.
We've learned our lesson.
Yeah, and then that's the situation where we would just accept a fee. We would ask for a fee rather than.
So they're not in that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's what I was talking about. I mean, I'm trying to cover all bases to make sure we're not worried about some strips. And then we said this needs to go back to planning commission. Is that something that must be done on this ordinance? Because it looks like what we're doing here is updating. We're not really changing a whole heck of a lot here. And I know planning commission has a lot on their plate. Does it have to go to planning commission right now?
Well, what we're obligated to do is get the input and advice of planning commission on land use matters of land use, and that's a fairly broad term. But as it's been interpreted over the years, it would generally include regulations like this, and it would be, I would think, a fairly quick review. As you said, that the changes are not revolutionary.
Right.
So, but I think in keeping with our processes, we would have the planning commission take a look at it.
And Councilor Skilling, our intent would be to go to the Planning Commission on February 21st, and it would not include a study session because of the fact that you've already had, this is your second study session on this very issue. So we would ask them to review that information and then just provide provide the draft form and get their recommendation up or down.
And this is the soonest that they can possibly see this is February 21st?
Yes, sir.
And then March 26th is the soonest we can possibly get the first reading?
That's accurate, yes.
Thank you.
So I have Councilor Vincent and Councilor LeBeer, and then Beta, and then Gutwein.
Thank you. Are developers allowed to do partial, like partial fee and partial dedication?
We have interpreted that today that depending on the situation, we will sometimes take land and fee. In other cases, we have actually negotiated to get some improvements on land in place of the fee in there. So we have that flexibility in the interpretation right now.
Okay, great. The 7 districts, right now there's a lot of development going on in some areas and not in others. So the question that's been posed to me is, if the development is all happening over in this area, is there a possibility then that some of those things that are in line to get done could get done quicker?
Yes. We generally use the funds that we get from park dedication fees first. So when we have a park improvement project, that would be the first funding that we would go to. For example, if we got some NPP money to do an improvement at Mount Air or another park in your Two Creeks area, we would then access some of that park dedication fee money before we would go into our own general fund dollars or open space dollars.
Okay, so just very narrowly, and I realize this is very specific, but something like the Two Creeks Park then,
Yes.
could utilize that with,
Yes,
with
yes.
what's going on.
And by the way, we're still working on that with CDOT.
Okay, yeah. I
Every week, actually.
Forever and ever, right? One other thing, you brought up a question about fair market value. If we did something like that, would it change throughout the city? Because we have obviously some places in the city where the fair market value would be considerably higher than other parts of the city. And those are, I'm just saying out loud, that could very well be parts of the city that don't have a lot of parkland now. Then would be maybe at a disadvantage if we did fair market value.
That is an issue. If we follow Councilor Skilling's suggestion of setting up a fair value for all throughout the city, that wouldn't be necessarily the case if we can structure it that way. However, if we did, if we didn't have that set fee and went with a fair market value appraisal system, it would vary lot to lot. Even within your ward, there are very expensive properties, developments that may occur right on Colfax that have a very high value, and then 3 blocks away from that, the land value is significantly less than that.
Less,
in there.
yeah.
We've paid, well, we've paid over $1 million an acre to buy land by the Whitlock Center, and then on vice versa, we've spent less than $7,000 an acre on buying property from Excel under the power line for the Dry Gulch Trail. So
that was kind of my question. How would we monetize that across to make it?
That's been our difficulty in trying to come up with something. The city of Wheat Ridge has set up a policy where they set one land value. And we've been trying to figure out how they've set that value, and I've talked to their director, and it goes into a mysterious process that they go through there. We're trying to figure out exactly that's the only one that I've seen that sets a particular land value for the city.
Because you also have land values too, where there's large areas of commercial, which would then be exempt from this as far as dedication fees, and not as much residential.
Mm-hmm. Like a
Am I
mixed
correct?
use development, is that what you're
Correct. Well, I'm just thinking, I guess the one that comes off the top of my head is like a Sheridan or a Colfax, even Union, where you have a lot of commercial, which would be exempt from these fees, correct?
Unless it's if it's a residential development, I don't care what parcel it is.
No, but she's talking.
No, I'm talking about if we started doing
Yeah.
a fair market value
Those would be. We would only look at purely residential values on the property.
on property. So I think that could be an issue too, as far as different sections of the city, perhaps. So, okay.
Which is why we wanted to come up with something that seemed like a fair sort of average of. It feels like the best way to move forward, and we can test this out, I think, for this year and see how it works out, and then we'll look at it again at the end of the year for 2019.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor LeBear.
Can you explain the 2.5 person per household in a little bit more detail?
The 2.5 persons per household is what basically, when you look at census data, they look at number of people living in each dwelling unit, and they separate it out by different types of housing types. There's the single-family detached, your common as I've seen values anywhere from 3 to 3.5 persons per household. They then break it down to single-family attached, multifamily, and there's different categories. And I've seen some municipalities had multiple categories of different types of housing units, and each one had a different number of persons generated in that household. So, in typically what we found in multifamily, it's less than 2 persons per unit. And that's basically from census data and the demographers at the state demographer's office or the U.S. Census, which is only done once every 10 years. So that's where those values have come. And so depending on the type of unit, and how do you define that? Yes, you could split it up in a dozen different categories or 3 categories, or what we picked when we decided this let's make it simple. 2.5 persons. It's a little low for single family, but it's a little high for multifamily, and that's where the number came from.
So in a single so give me an idea of how it works now with the $700 fee in a single family versus a multifamily or multi-unit dwelling.
Per unit, it doesn't change a bit right now. You have 2.5 persons per unit, whether it's in an apartment building or a single-family home. It's always, and if you just do the math again, it'll always, with those numbers set in the formula, it'll come to the 0.0135375 acres per dwelling unit is how much land we require to be dedicated. And then it depends on what your land value is. Just multiply that out. Dollars per acre, and that comes to what the fee in lieu would be for that particular development. So whether it's a duplex or 2 single-family homes, it's still the same amount of dedication coming from those particular developments.
So it's not so if there's 10 units on 5 acres versus a single-family home on 5 acres, is it by the unit?
By the units. So you have 10 units versus 1 unit, and so the park dedication on the 1 unit would be 1.0375, where on the 10 units it would be 0.1375.
Yeah, because my concern with this is that it seems a bit like it's a tax, and this tax seems a bit regressive. So you could have 5 acres, single-family home pays the same amount as 1 unit on the same size land. And then in my ward particularly, I'd be concerned about that because there's not going to be none of these parks, I doubt, are going to be built in our ward. There's not a whole lot of land there. So it seems like a lot of this money on some of these bigger units or dwellings that might be built in my part of town might actually be going, well, to maintenance fees and things like that that help throughout the city. But I'm just concerned about the sort of regressive nature of it.
Yes, it can be look at regressive as more. Multifamily has a higher burden on it because of the way the ordinance is structured. And you can get to a point where, I've looked at an example fairly recently in development where the dedication would be more than the size of the parcel of what they're building on. So I can't require that land, or else I'd be taking their whole right to develop that parcel of ground there. And that's the nature. The problem with dedication and land dedications is we are an infill city. There's very few infill cities that have this type of process. Typically, it's for a city that's growing leaps and bounds over the hills. And back when we wrote this ordinance, yes, it was, because all Rooney Valley was empty and half of Hutchinson Homes was not there, and there's big real estate parcels out there that weren't developed. This works great in Aurora, Longmont, Broomfield, and cities that don't have any bounds upon them. Infill cities like Lakewood are very difficult, and trying to find specific examples of how to make sure that we provide park space for increasing densities is very difficult, and not a great science and a lot of body of work out there to do this. And so we are struggling to make sure it's fair and equitable there. The second part of your question,
Yeah, well, I can just go ahead and I would just add that my other concern is that, especially as it relates to fair market value, I would expect that to go up every year, and I expect that to be passed down to the people who are paying their rent every year and every month. So I think something like you might see $1,400 on their rent, on someone's rent, and then in a new building that's built right next door, somebody might be required to pay $1,600 a month for the same type of unit, the same project, but that's because there's an additional fee.
It's a one-time fee, but yes, it can. Whatever costs are put on development is not paid by the developer. It's paid for the cost of the product that they're selling out there. Whether if they paid a very high price per value on the land, they pass that on. It's very rarely I see an altruistic developer that's going to absorb those fees and pay for them out of his pocket. That's not the nature of the business. They are always passing it on to the person that either buys a house or is renting it as part of the pro forma evaluation of looking at that.
All right, thanks.
I'm not sure that it's accurate to say that the housing costs will continue to go up. Market value would continue to go up, because I think that we might see a downturn, and there are downturns in the economy.
Well, I was going to add that we saw a 1,600 drop in in the stock market today.
I saw that.
So
yeah.
wouldn't the other issue possibly be that now we don't get enough fees based on the fair market value?
Which is why a year is probably a good amount of time to reassess that, because things can change so quickly.
Yeah. My other concern, I guess, with the annual review is that you're sort of creating a window in which people are looking at creating developments, or, you know, they're buying property in Lakewood and they're looking at doing a development or something like that, and now they really have no sense of continuity with the fees or the costs that might be associated with their project.
Yeah, we want to put some really good dates certain in place so that people will know that when that information will be available.
Okay, thanks.
So I have Mr. Beta, Ms. Gutwein, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Franks, myself, and then Mr. Skilling. Mr. Beta.
Mr. Williams, just a couple of questions. You made a point about as I understood it, that the 15 acres line that's been proposed by Councilor Skilling was, you thought, somewhat of an arbitrary number, and I understood you to say that because in certain situations where you had a very low density zoning, it would result in a very, if I'm understanding you, a very small amount of property that would be required to be set aside to begin with. Was that your, did I understand you right?
Correct. 15 acres, the yield depends on the zone district of how many units you can.
Depends on the zone. And then,
I did a real quick chart of 15 acres. R143 yields 9 units on 15 acres because of street and roadway systems, where our highest density in an MCT zone district would yield 525 units on that 15 acres. And so your dedication would be commensurate to those number of units.
I understand. And so, but isn't, if I'm understanding it, part of the purpose of this whole ordinance is to help hold down the density to begin with, so that if you had a situation where the zoning was very low density to start with, and it resulted in a very small amount being set aside, that really wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? I mean, you already got low density in terms of density. I mean, it's not just about open space to be for use. It's also, part of it is about density, isn't it not?
The ordinance is designed to provide for parks and open space for the community. It has really nothing to do with saying housing types or the type of density that's on the property. It's purely to ensure that the city has a mechanism to have new residents or whoever's moving in to provide park space.
But isn't that the ultimate result of it as well, is to affect the density, keeping the density down? I mean, that ultimately that's part of the effect, isn't it? Is it not?
It could have that effect, yes.
And so then the 15 acres really does become critical, and it doesn't have anything to do with necessarily zoning, as you were pointing out. I don't see the connection then.
It has everything.
If the effect is to also on say 15 acres more, not allowing the opt-out and to requiring the set-aside in some way, that's in a high-density development, that's going to result in a reduction in the density, would it not?
In one development, that's what yes.
Okay. That's my point.
It would.
And if I'm understanding what you've said too, right now what we have in place, the opt-out cost is equating to somewhere around $50,000 an acre, but in current values in Lakewood are averaging somewhere well over 100,000, and in some cases even up to $1 million an acre. Was that my understanding?
Yes, we have that, but there is no opt-out for a developer. The city makes a choice whether we want land. As I mentioned, we do. I have yet to see in a development over 15 acres where we have not taken the land.
Okay. So the 15 acres division being proposed really is not a problem then anyway, as a practical
No.
matter.
No, I made a note that we'll look at that again and put the 15 acres or some number, as Councilor Skilling indicated.
But we've definitely been putting too low of a number.
Absolutely. We agree.
That's my point.
Yep.
That's all. Thank you.
Just for clarification, though, we don't have a number. So how's it too low?
No, I think he was referring to the amount that we're charging, the
For
amount.
the 700, not the acreage. Okay.
700.
Okay. Thank you. You still got the floor. Okay. Council or Ms. Gutwein.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for this presentation and all the information so far. I think this is really great and reflects what the community's been talking about and increasing our fees for development, and since it hasn't been increased in a while, so I think this is really an important topic. Could you explain a little bit more though about where you came up with the 2100? I understand it sounds like it's, well, yeah.
We looked at the last 5 years of park property purchases. So Ross mentioned two of them. Oak Street, which was the Sunset Edition, the Taylor property. Ross, do you have those other three?
Oh, okay. We used the Beach Park Edition. We used the Beach Park Edition. It was in 2011. Went a little bit further back. We looked at appraisals that we've done on other parcels, including other parcels that we looked at. BJ's Jeep over in Benton Street area, and also some of our older acquisitions, including, which are lower values, Aviation Park area up in there. We have a whole variety of different ones that we're looking at, what we've paid values at.
Okay, thank you. And then also just back to the Bear Creek Lake Park discussion, even though it's leased, is there any protection on that land to remain as open space or parkland? Aside, I know there's also water usage.
Yeah.
Is there?
Well, it's flood control is what its main purpose was. That's what it was originally built for. Yes, well, our responsibility is to provide parks and recreation within the park. That's our agreement with them, that we'll take care of that responsibility. So if we continue the lease with them, yes, we will continue to provide park and recreation activities there.
Okay.
The lease would have to take into consideration when we renew it, which we're trying to work on. It's going to take a few years. We'll take into consideration this potential that the reservoir will have more storage.
Okay, thank you. And then, so is there an advantage to doing the market value of the parkland that we purchase instead of the fair market value of the individual property, if that makes sense?
We want to look at raw land rather than other purchases, simply because it's generally much less. And we just didn't think that it was appropriate to look at properties that have utilities already on them and potentially have buildings on them as well.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. So is this also when I should talk about concerns and comments, or are we doing just questions?
We've kind of run the gamut, so.
Okay, well, I just have a concern about if we're going to use fair market value, then my understanding is that we can't just have the city's appraisal. The property owners would also have to have the opportunity to subject their own appraisal. Isn't that, because yeah.
That's the way the ordinance is written now. But
it seems like that would only be fair for if I'm a citizen and I own land, and then the city tells me how much my land is worth, but I don't have the opportunity to give my own appraisal. That doesn't seem right.
In more conventional real estate transactions, things like that, that's what you're going to see, and that is how our ordinance is written. I think what Councilor Skilling was trying to do is find a way to get out of that appraisal trap where values can be, across a pretty wide range. But as we said at the time, we would want to talk about how to calculate that and demonstrate how it's calculated so that there's some measure of predictability and certainty for everybody involved. But
yeah, okay. So given that, without getting into the appraisal back and forth, then it seems like it would be the most fair then to just have a fee, a set fee that is predictable to both the citizens and then also to the property owners. And then, like you said, evaluate it every year. Gives us the opportunity there. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation, and my remarks might seem a little scattered. I've got different notes. I'd like to address Councilor Skilling's proposals, and frankly, I support them. Having over 15 acres and just giving a fee to the city, to me, doesn't make sense, frankly. They should be giving land, and that's the cost of doing business if you're a developer. That's the way I see it. 15 acres has been a number that has been sort of a constant. It has community buy-in. Everybody sees that as kind of the norm. I don't have trouble with changing that number. I'm okay with it. Using the term fair market value to me makes sense as well. It's simpler language. It's a concept that everybody understands. You know the different variables yourself for determining what the value of the land is. I mean, you mentioned them, Kit. I don't see that as an issue, frankly. It's more predictable, and the language is specific, that's for everyone. And when we talk about some of the wards have less parkland, that is true. Ward 1 does. So frankly, to me, it would make the other side of the coin on this is maybe it makes the parkland there, that land, even more valuable because we've got less parks. And the more people that you put on land, the more that they need a place to go to. It just is not human nature to cram a bunch of people in a small area and think we're going to get along and do well. It just doesn't work. We need land around us. Ward 1, Wards 2 are shy on that. So frankly, that makes more sense that the land for parkland is worth more and let the developer pay more for it. That's just the cost of doing business, and it's just part of living that you're going to have to pay. Maybe higher rent, higher home values if you want to have these different amenities. I don't have issues with that. Lakewood definitely has a culture of honoring our open space and our land and our parkland. That's a big deal to everybody. You hear that all the time. I have a hard time with the city determining the fees and then reviewing it. Just have constant language. It's determinable and everybody knows what's going on. Also, the number $700 as a cap, we have artificially, frankly, defined the cost of land on that. That is obsolete. That has to be thrown off the table. I would just like to address the issue of Holbrook Park. It's been close to my home for 25, 26 years. And it's true, we do have a nice little stream that goes through there. But the neighborhood, as you know, had to fight hard to have that. Prior to us becoming a city, there was a pond there, and it was routinely dredged. that seemed to kind of fall off the radar. And the pond filled up with silt, and then it filled up with cattails, and then it became a wetlands, and then it took out of our hands, basically. We all know that, the history behind it. It was elevated to the Corps of Engineers then as an issue, right? So I just want to say that I think that there was concern by the neighborhood that the water was going to go underground as an easier way to do things. And that neighborhood fought hard to keep the stream going there. And I do want to thank you, Kit, because you helped fight for that. Thank you. And also, I believe that you were responsible to help get the, whatever it is that we planted there, those little seedlings several years ago, weren't you? Or was it Ross? Okay. Okay. Well, I want to thank you, and I want to thank you for working with the neighborhood to keep that water going through. It's a tremendous amenity for that community, and thank you. And just the last thing is that I feel passionate that development needs to be respectful, but it needs to be defined by the citizens. And the fees and the things that Councilman Skilling was dealing with and talking about, those are ways that the community has been weighing in on this. And that is a community value, and I support it. Thank you.
Ms. Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I'll be quick. I did want to say while I was up here, you mentioned the challenges of infill, and looks like Colorado Springs, they established an infill steering committee all around Parkland and have a lovely presentation online and a master plan. And so I just wanted to note that this is from 2015, so of course I don't know the outcome of it. I'll look into it further, but they were considering expanding the land dedication requirements to non-residential land. So there's a lot of good tidbits in there. So it's an infill steering committee from 2015 for Colorado Springs. The couple additional questions I had was, if we're sending something to the Planning Commission, I was trying to understand if we were to say accept the recommendations from our community resources, does that still need to go before I mean, you've already came and you've already said you've picked this 2100 number and you've recommended something. Is that recommendation also subject to going to Planning Commission, and for what purpose? I'm just trying to understand the differences.
The whole idea is that regardless of sequence, the Planning Commission should take a look at land use matters like this. And the fact that we have staff with some recommendations, with a draft ordinance, with some red lines on it, I think frankly makes it easier for the Planning Commission to do what it needs to do and study the issue that much more quickly. So it may not be typical that we have these kinds of staff recommendations in place before Planning Commission, but that's, I think, still the wise route to take and probably required.
Okay, so with that then, if they're going to be analyzing something, then would it make sense to analyze two red line documents and see if they come out with a recommend for hybrid? I guess I'm just trying to understand what their activity is. I don't want them to be just feeling like if we're sending it to them, rubber stamping something, and what value am I getting out of it by waiting all this extra time? I'm trying to understand that process.
Well, the idea is that we would give them a copy of this presentation. We would also ask them to watch this discussion, this council discussion, so that they have a really good understanding of what's already occurred and what you've heard and what you've recommended. And then we would have a red line with recommendations from staff. They also will take public comment, so there'll be an opportunity for the public to react to what they think works or doesn't, and then we would bring that back to you with their comments and their suggestions as the recommendation to you.
So we really wouldn't be looking at getting something in ordinance that would literally come back to us, and then there would be additional shaping of that, possibly combining, or are you planning on bringing back a fully formed ordinance for a thumbs up, thumbs down vote?
That's the intent, to come back to you with a red line version of an ordinance that you can give us a hopefully thumbs up on.
And the last one was the land dedication piece. So when we have a developer who starts out with Plan A, and that could be that they're doing various different things, and so the land dedication or the fee in lieu, those decisions are made. But we've had times where they step away for a while, they start building some of it out, and then they come back and say, no, we're looking at changing this up. Does that then go back through the reevaluation process, and how does that potentially harm us that now I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, can developers get creative in proposing a first plan and then starting to build, and then suddenly any usable space that would have been there suddenly just kind of goes away? And again, I know that sounds horrible for people who are, hate conspiracy theorists, but I'm always trying to look at the angle. How does that impact us positively or negatively?
Any development can change over a period of time, and I don't know how we have insurance against that. You live in Hutchinson Homes area. That's a classic example where Coyote Gulch Park is the last remaining piece out there that we didn't quite meet all their requirements, unfortunately, for land dedications, and that we took whatever we could get at that point in time when it went through the process, because things changed so many times over the period of years from when it was first conceptualized to when it was actually built. We don't have any insurances and how to hold people. We don't have a development process that will ensure that site plans are only good for 2 years, and if they walk away, then we're starting over again with site plan reviews.
Absolutely. Well, the one thing I would like to comment then is, when we do then get rezonings, I would like to have the historical perspective of what that and again, I know this isn't for today's conversation, but those are going to be things that I'm going to ask in the future when a rezoning comes up. What was the original, what was to be done, and what's this going to do? Because I have heard from city planners in like the Tennessee area where these tactics were used to where ultimately people thought they were getting X, and then by the time it was all built out, they got less than a third of that. So I want to just be cognizant that we don't end up in that same situation, and when we're evaluating those things, we have that information to understand whether we're going to allow that behavior. So I appreciate that. That was the end of my questions.
And I would say, I think you're going to see some of that in long-term developments. I think the original picture of what Belmar was supposed to be was a little bit different, and then the market crashed, right? So you have to have some flexibility and adaptation for the market to come back in. And it was never envisioned to have a Nordstrom's Rack or a Target in the Belmar development. But because that market crashed, you had an empty area sitting there that came back in as that. So, if we could control the market.
It's just no.
Yeah, absolutely. You bet. So 2 quick things. And I did a sidebar with Mr. Skilling, and that was the idea of, generally we are at 15 acres. I think everybody understands and agrees with that. But I think potentially adding a provision that if something needs to be different, then it should come back to the body for a reasoning, and that flexibility should be there. So I just want to throw that out. And then it would come back to the body to say, yeah, that makes sense, or no, it doesn't make sense. Secondly, do you have any figures as to, so we're proposing 2,100 to 2,700, is that what I saw?
We are proposing
2,100 per acre.
Yeah.
So do you have an idea roughly at fair market value what that number would be? How much does that change per unit?
1,400 from what we're charging now? No.
So if you're saying 2,100 now
per unit.
Now we're at $700 a unit.
Right.
We're proposing increasing it to $2,100, which is the three.
That's not based off market. It's based off previous acquisitions. So do you have any numbers that would tell us what an average unit under fair market would look like in the city of Lakewood?
We have some data from all the properties that have sold in the city of Lakewood, and it came up to 7,500, I think. Average is 536,000. per acre.
Per acre.
So
And then
per unit would be basically 7,500.
You'd be potentially going from $700 a unit to over $7,000 a unit,
potentially,
potentially.
Yes.
average land costs.
Yeah.
Okay. And council's also scheduled to have other discussions about other development fees. And I guess what I'm getting at, and that's what concerns me about a blanket approach, I mean, one of the big issues that we see daily is the affordability of our community. And from 700 to 7,000, and that's, I think, not anybody up here would disagree that we need to increase our fees and that parks are certainly the most important outside of public safety in this city. But what is that balance? And that's a little bit concerning to me as you get into the 7,000 per unit.
Yeah.
Per unit. Mr. Skilling.
Thank you. And as to that sidebar, since that was the 5-second conference that we had, I don't know. When I don't know something, I'll say I don't know. I haven't contemplated the idea of if it's 15 acres, if it comes back to council. I do know when I've proposed some other things, people have a problem with council having that much power over certain types of development projects. So I don't want to get into that either. But I think that's something, if you guys could look at that, certainly that's why we're here, to explore those ideas. But I do want to get back to the reason that we are addressing this, so the reason why this was so important for me and others, is that we are trying to protect as much parkland as we can humanly protect, because this is a generational issue. And it's selfish for any of us sitting here to just go ahead and bulldoze or concrete over everything. And we created some housing development that 10 years from now everyone looks at and says, well, that was a bad idea, but now we don't have the parkland. So I think the goal is just to do whatever we can to incentivize any development to opt, and I'm not saying opt out, to opt for preserving as much parkland as possible. Now, if we're up here debating whether it's fair market value, 2,100, 2,800, 5,000, okay, well, I'm in a good place then, because at least we're talking about raising a number that's been in place for 30 years. So if it's 10x in 30 years, it's probably not that far out of whack. But again, I just want to be clear what the policy behind this is. This isn't to discriminate against developers or people that affordable. It has nothing to do with any of that. It just has to do with maintaining parkland. So I just want to make it clear. And then the second point is, we kind of sounded like, and we may have heard from the audience, something that sounded like eminent domain. Let's be clear. Nobody's talking about eminent domain. When we talk about appraisals, this is the part of the process where we require certain land dedications. In the past, or on this, or even in the future, for certain size projects, you can choose, instead of doing that, you can pay a fee. And we're talking about what that fee would be. This is not eminent domain. Nobody is forcing anybody's land away from them. It's nothing like that. It's a completely different conversation. My last point is, on this planning, to Councilman Frank's point, I've brought up a lot of things. Everyone's brought up a lot of things. You guys have a presentation that you're going to provide to planning, and we're going to expect them to sit and listen to people like me in their free time before their hearing. I don't know where we are with it. I don't want this to get lost in the morass and there be all of these recommendations and yet nobody's on the same page. And then we have a bunch of amendments to an ordinance. I just want to know, what are we actually going to get back? Is there going to be the 15 acres and then FMV, like 3 choices? FMV actual cost, the 2,100, or something else. 15 acres flat, or to Mayor Paul's point, 15 acres plus comes back to council. Appraisal, not paid for by the city, so let's be clear on that. That's something, even if you want to have an appraisal, right now I think it's half gets paid by the city. I don't think the city should ever be paying half. But if there's going to be an appraisal, does that come back? So can we agree just on some finite points so that we're not all over the place? And part of that's my fault, I get it, but I don't want to be everywhere. I want this process to be concise, and Planning Commission to not, I want them to be, because we put a lot on their plate, I want them to be focused as well. So is there something we can do on that angle?
Yes, Councillor Skilling, our intent tonight is to hear from you and to get a consensus as to how you want this to move forward. So our recommendation would be for you all to give us that direction so that we can put a draft together on the rates, on the if you want to do the 15 acres or 14.99 more or less. You tell us, how do you want us to shape this? And then that'll be taken to the Planning Commission. And that's done through consensus as opposed to a formal vote.
Thank you.
Mr. LeBeer.
So I just want to mention that I'm a huge proponent of open space, parks, open space. It's something I ran on and it's something I care a lot about. But what I'm concerned about is if we do something like fair market value, which I know Councilman Skilling mentioned a little bit about catching up and all that on 30 years of a fee that's been the same. My concern is still, if we did, for example, the fair market value that's $7,000 per unit, not only does it make it, it's 1,000% increase from $700. So to me, that's excessive, and I wouldn't support anything that high. And then my concern is it's regressive. So we're saying the most vulnerable amongst us are the ones that have to pay the biggest fee. So someone buying a single-family brand new home in Lakewood is going to pay $7,000, and someone who is renting maybe off of Colfax or Sheridan or near my home is going to have to pay out of their rent monthly for this $7,000 fee or tax or whatever you want to call it. That's concerning to me, especially for someone who is a recent homeowner who probably wouldn't be able to be in my home today if I had to buy it today. And so I'm worried about affordability. And I think people in Lakewood are worried about affordability. I've had people tell me that they're worried that their kids can't move out of their home with their child because they can't afford to live here. And I also care about open space to the point where I don't want to see urban sprawl. So I think if we make it cost prohibitive to do any kind of density anywhere on Colfax or Sheridan or anywhere in our major corridors, then we're incentivizing and encouraging growth out near land, out near the NASCAR track, or the NASCAR track, the drag strip, out there where there is some land where you could build single-family homes. So I think we have to be careful about the unintended consequences of incentivizing scrapes and single-family homes at the expense of allowing for any type of development to happen up in our areas that could use some infill. I actually have a neighbor who's looking at doing a development in my ward, and where he's talking about doing this is in a place that's basically been a junkyard for quite some time, and that's the kind of change that, frankly, I think everybody in the neighborhood would be happy to see. So that's what I'm concerned about. So, I'm happy to take a look at raising the fee because it does seem low, but at the same time, I don't want it to be excessive. So I'm just going to throw that out there. And that's all I have for that. Oh, I guess one other thing I would just mention, I assume if we do something like a fair market value thing, it's probably going to cost more to administer it. So my concern would be, what might that look like? Is it going to cost us more money, or are we going to have to put more money towards that? So, thanks.
Ms. Vincent.
I'd like to throw something out, maybe to move forward. Is there any possibility that we can do something around the 15 acres where it would come back, either to us or 15 acres and above? Keep with the proposed 2,100 per dwelling unit, because there is a caveat in there that we look at it every 6 months or every year. So it doesn't stay there for the next 30 years, like what happened with the 700. I'd like to throw that out so we could give something to the Planning Commission to look at instead of keep coming back forever and ever, and I'm afraid it'll just stop.
So I have two more folks, but I think we are getting there, and I think there's actually agreement on probably 95% of this ordinance. And keep in mind, this was actually brought forward with the previous council that, you know, I don't think the question should ever come down to, depending upon your feelings on this, you don't care about open space. Certainly we care. And you heard Ross say in the valley where it's the greenfield, developers have actually given above the 15-acre requirements that they were supposed to. So I don't see it as an abuse of power. I think it's something that we need to address. And so I think we're close, and we can send a consensus to Planning Commission, and then it's going to ultimately come back to this body to decide. And it sounds like the two sticking points are the 15 acres, and then how do we deal with the increase, whether it's the proposed 2,100 or fair market value and whatever's in between. And then also a process. I'm fairly certain that you have to have a process for whether it's a developer, a landowner, or a citizen of Lakewood to appeal what the city is telling them their property is worth. And I think you have to have that. So I think we're pretty close. Ms. Gutwein.
Thank you. Okay, so first, for the easy one, I don't see any issue with doing the 15. I understand that it's arbitrary, but it sounds like that's basically what we do anyway. So if that's really important to certain members of our or if that's important, I'm okay with that. I don't see an issue with that. On the other hand, for me, it is really important that we do increase the fees. I think that based on this presentation, this conversation, the proposal that you made of the 2,100 sounds reasonable and fair, and it's already a 3 times increase. But this conversation absolutely impacts the affordability of our community, and this open space is one of the most important issues that to our community in every public survey. But every day in the news we have issues about lack of affordable housing, lack of attainable housing, more and more families becoming homeless. We have 3,000 families in Jeffco schools that are currently homeless. We have the CCH proposal coming in. I mean, this is a major issue in the Denver metro area and in Lakewood, that we do not have enough attainable housing, and I'm talking about for young professionals, for families, for seniors, not government subsidized housing. The additional $7,000 per unit will absolutely get passed on to the person that purchases the home or rents the home. I think you said, there's not a lot of, well, I can't remember how you phrased it, but they're not just going to take on that, eat that cost out of the goodness of their hearts. So I think that going to a $7,000 a unit would be, if the only thing that we cared about as a city and the only thing that this was going to impact was open space, fine, but it's not. It's going to impact the cost of living here. And so I think that we need to find a middle ground and not go too extreme one way or the other. We can't do nothing, but we shouldn't go too far. So I think that we should ask Planning Commission to look at the 2,100. Thank you.
So, and I still have some lights on, but let me just propose this because we still have another presentation and some folks here who are here for that as well. So what I would propose to move forward with consensus is that we send this to Planning Commission, basically a dual format. So we'll write an ordinance and give option A, which is your recommendation, and give option B, which is fair market value. And then do an option A for the 15 acres or a blended version of B, which would be 15 in some way, to come back to council. That way they can look at those and make their recommendation. That'll still come back to us and we can change those. And then the third one would be if the legal team thinks that we need some sort of process in place to do an appeal, what that would look like. That seems like is what I've heard in summary of what are the goals, or, I mean, it's moving both of those forward with clear language. They're going to come back with a recommendation, and then that will be up to this body to accept or not accept or change or modify. Yep.
The only difference is that everything in
Ms. Franks. But what's in
between 2,100 fair market value and everything in between that you had mentioned.
Yeah.
if they have an in-between. You
Yes.
gave an A and a B.
Okay, I'm sorry. So Mr. Skilling was saying, or in between. So the menu is the 2,100 to fair market value and everything in between. So a lot, but
Yes.
give some flexibility.
I'm sorry, can you clarify the 15 acre and the coming back to council? What was that requirement? If
If for some reason, it doesn't make sense for topography, for some reason, for us not to take the 15 acres, then come back to council, or there's a process to come back and say, this is why it doesn't make sense.
So to summarize, the proposal is 15 acres or more has no opt-out provision to it unless the exception comes in front of council.
Yes.
For 15 or greater. Everybody, we're all together on that? Okay.
And the one piece that I wanted to add is I think that because we're going to be learning about this and there's possibilities later for looking at commercial aspect, that I would like to recommend to council that we look to put in the ordinance that it's required to come back before us. That way it doesn't drop off the radar screen and we're forced to continue to look at this as our city changes, as the needs change, as we decide that maybe we want to look at commercial having to do something for connecting corridors, for pocket parks. So I just would like it to be in that ordinance that it has to come back before us to be addressed yearly, I would say, is a fair, and then we can decide to change that later if we find that we've got the right mix. Would that be okay to everybody?
So Ms. Johnson, bring us home.
I agree. The one thing I want to say is that this has been out there for a few years. We've been looking at this for maybe 3 or 4 years, and it's gotten harder and harder. Fair market price has gone up and up. It's a one-time fee. I'll be supporting the fair market value.
Okay, so I think we'll walk through it one more time.
Yeah, may I summarize quickly? So really it seems as if the only real question is, how is that rate determined? That's really the question, because it seems like we have consensus on no opt-out provision for any property 15 acres or greater, and any exception would have to come in front of council on either one of those plans. We will have to create some kind of appeal process.
Potentially, depending upon.
I'm sorry. Okay, so let me do the second one first. I shouldn't have gone from 1 to 3. So the first one is no opt-out, and any exception comes to council. The second one is where we're asking for the Planning Commission's feedback, and that is the determination of the rate, whether that's fair market value or this flat average rate that staff is proposing. So they'll give us their feedback on that. And then the third, so it seems like that's the only piece that needs feedback from Planning Commission. And the third, if it ends up as fair market value, then we need to have some kind of appeal process established.
So,
No?
yeah, so really the only thing that Planning Commission needs to review is the rate, and also needs to be included in the ordinance a review period, so a hard review period. And we should probably keep that review period in mind as we look at other fees that we're going to be looking at. So it's in the schedule of other fees.
And then the appeal. So let's try to mirror something else that has an appeal. Let's not create the wheel, recreate the wheel on that.
The ordinance has a very simple appeal process, which we could use or we could modify or whatever. But there is an appeal where interpretations are made by the director and appeals are made to the Planning Commission. But we can do any number of things with that.
The 14.16.090.
Cool. Speak Adam. Means you speak Adam. You understood.
Starting to learn how to speak at them. It's been a slow boat.
Well, it's a low boat. Well, thank you, council. That was a good discussion, and I think we have a good way forward. Ross, Kit, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Can we also thank Councilor Skilling for all the work that he
Absolutely.
did on this?
Yeah, you betcha. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have the bicycle master plan presentation. Mr. Hutchison. Good evening. Hi.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm going to introduce a presentation this evening that will precede your discussion about the Bicycle System Master Plan update. It was 13 years ago that the predecessors in your seat adopted the city's first Bicycle System Master Plan, and it is time for an update. There are a number of different items that we'll talk about, but this has been developed over the course of more than a year now that included a fair amount of public process to get input. The information that you'll hear tonight will include some recommendations, but you saw a lot of that in the packet that you received and that's been online and available to the public for about 10 days. Part of that's because putting that kind of information, which is some lengthy lists, on a slide up on a screen here is simply illegible. You'll see that tonight, but it won't be for the purpose of reading it. It'll just be a reminder of which part of the packet that you've already received we'll be talking about. The plan that was adopted in 2005 was primarily a facilities plan. Where should facilities be for bicycles? What kind of facilities should they be? That's still going to be a part of the proposal for the updated plan, but the plan's a little broader than that and looks at some of the other aspects of creating a bicycle-friendly community, and you'll hear about that in a moment. The two speakers that you'll hear primarily from are John Payton, who is a transportation engineering manager in the Public Works Department, and Christina Lane, who serves as the alternative transportation coordinator. And they will talk through the master plan. There's not a complete document tonight because there's not a final decision to be made tonight. This is a night, as usual with your study sessions, where we're looking for consensus with a request that you ask us to bring forward the final plan for your review. It'll also, of course, be publicly available with a resolution for its adoption. And with that, I'll conclude my comments and introduce Ms. Lane.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lane, welcome to City Council. I think this might be your first. All right.
Bear with me.
No, it's great. Glad to have you.
Great. Thanks for having me. So, as Jay said, the reason why we're here is because our plan is now 13 years old. And in the last 13 years, we've learned a lot about bicycle infrastructure and what it means to be a bicycle-friendly community. So initially we started working with other departments within the city and collaborating with them. What did they envision our city plan to be for updating the master bicycle plan? From that, we had two public open house meetings, one on August 21st, 2016, where we had approximately 80 attendees. And then we had a follow-up on November 15th of this last year, 2017, where we had approximately 40. And that was really just to kind of, the first one is see what the city wanted, what constituents want to see within our update. And the second one is, did we hit the mark in terms of capturing everything that they envision? We also had 4 Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team meetings that were open to anyone to attend. And these were structured to address kind of we know that we've completed a chunk of projects, so how do we reprioritize what's existing in the plan that hasn't been completed, and what additions do we want to create as well to complete some of those gaps that we know are missing within the existing plan. We also had League of American Bicyclists. They sent out surveys to municipalities that participated in the bicycle-friendly community application process, and we sent that out to our constituents through a variety of newsletters that we send out to our different members. And through that, we had over 109 responses. So really a substantial amount of information that we were able to acquire from constituents. Okay. So as you can see, bicycle-friendly community, we are a bronze level from 2016 to 2020, which is really great. There are a lot of communities in the state, and we are one of actually only about 27 that are selected to be a bicycle-friendly community. So how we propose the plan be outlined is through what the League of American Bicyclists calls the 5 E's, and we'll get into each one of those. As a caveat into that, though, you'll notice that these build on top of each other, so we'll start with education, and education will kind of fill into all these other E's. So education is really all about giving people of all ages and abilities the skills and courage to get out on their bicycles. The next is encouragement. Again, you'll notice that a lot of encouragement comes from our education. If you have the skills and courage to get on your bike, that's a huge encourager. But otherwise, it's about creating a strong bike culture and really fostering that culture within our community to get people out on their bicycles. The next one is enforcement. And while we have police agents, and they enforce. This is really just to make sure that enforcement is applied equally among all users of the road, bicyclists included, obviously. The next is engineering, which is really just about creating a safe and convenient place for riding. And the final E is evaluation and planning, which is planning for bicycling as a safe and viable transportation mode. So we'll get into the first E, which is education. So there are a variety of ways that we can accomplish education, and the first way is through our partnerships. So the first partnership that we want to really build on is with the ACIC, or the Advisory Commission for an Inclusive Community. And they provide a variety of studies for council that you all deem necessary. And they actually provided one a little bit over a year ago on bicycle safety, specifically targeted at youth. With that, they actually provided a lot of other partnerships that we would propose to be included in the plan and the update. And I'll highlight a few of those actually now. So Bicycle Colorado is an organization that we currently have a partnership with. They are great at providing a bunch of grant opportunities. They already have bicycle skill training courses, and they also provide a lot of educational materials to different municipalities throughout the area. The next one is Jefferson County Schools. I think we can all agree that educating our youth is one of the most important things that we can do, because not only does it stay within the school, but then they take those conversations back home, and it opens up our outreach to a larger constituency. The next one is the Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team. They are a great partner and long-lasting, and they're great advocates for us, but they also attend a lot of different events and help with just a variety of our educational materials. So then the next is going into outreach. So again, this is kind of, as you can see, Gary Hardy with Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team leading an educational group ride. Attacking outreach in terms of getting people on their bicycles is a great method, especially in a group atmosphere. When you have a lot of people that are uncertain, it's a little less daunting to get out with a group of people. We also want to work on getting our outreach materials through our welcome packets with the City of Lakewood. So any new constituent that moves into the area that gets a packet, we would love to include our bike plan, I'm sorry, not our plan, but our map, and different educational materials such as like fitting guides, where you can buy bikes in the area, things of that nature. The next thing that we want to do is obviously is update the city website. A lot of our materials are hard to find within the Transportation Engineering Division. Finding the plan itself, it can be sometimes a little difficult. So really updating that and making it a little more attainable for everybody is important. And then lastly is translating our plan and outreach materials into other languages. Not all of our constituents speak English as a first language, and it's important that we provide materials for them that are easily legible. So how do we improve our education? So in addition to all these other ways, it's really about providing better motorist and bicycle education. So there's bicycle-friendly certified driver's exams. We, as Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team, have all taken this, and it's a very simple exam, and it's a great way to just teach drivers, motorists, and bicyclists the laws of the road so that everyone is aware. And then our other way that we want to try to tackle this is through safe routes to school. So there are a lot of grant opportunities that are both educational purpose and infrastructure based, and it's really a matter of trying to make sure that our youth have a safe route to school. So on to encouragement. As you'll notice, I actually just used a few pictures to show how we can encourage bicyclists. So that bottom center photo is the Jeffco Regional Wayfinding Guide, which is currently being implemented throughout all the municipalities within Jefferson County. And what's great about this is that having efficient wayfinding is a great way to help anybody on their journey get from one destination to the next, which is what you have with your automobiles, but you don't necessarily have that with bicyclists. And if we're trying to promote it as a commuting, an active mode of transportation, having wayfinding signage is vital. The next way is keeping our paths clean of vegetation and debris. Bicyclists have, especially commuters, have very thin tires, and even a little bit of gravel can force them to move into a traffic lane and makes them vulnerable. So having those clean and prioritizing that aspect of their infrastructure is really a great way to keep them in their designated lanes. Improved ancillary facilities, so just having things like bike racks at businesses, knowing that when I get to my destination, I'll have a safe place to park my bike is really important. And then promoting bike share. So the city, we have an employee bike share that we currently promote, but we really want to promote a citywide bike share program. And then lastly, staying up to date on the best practices. So this bottom right photo with the green striping, it's a great way that we now use to highlight conflict zones between motorists and bicycles. While this is the best practice now, if that changes in a few years, we don't want to be set into one practice. So again, Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team, our partnership with them is just amazing. And so they absolutely deserve their own slide. They, particularly in terms of encouragement, have these community rides. Again, it's like an educational based ride, but it's just really a way to get people out and about and excited about our infrastructure, right? We're talking about encouraging and fostering this culture for bicycling. They also have Cycling Without Age, and while this doesn't get people directly out on their bicycles, it's a great way to kind of highlight that no matter what age you are, everybody enjoys having the wind blow through their hair, and you can see that in this great photo. And then lastly, one thing that I think is commendable of Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team is they've agreed to take on the internal equity, diversity, and inclusion position. So what this means is looking at bicycle transportation as an equity issue and addressing that bicycle transportation is by far the cheapest and most affordable way to get around. Cars are more expensive, bus prices are rising, and so how do we make sure that in terms of equity, we're reaching out to all of our underrepresented communities? And so Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team has agreed to take that on, which is, like, as I said, really just truly commendable. Enforcement. So, as I said previously, we have agents that are all here to enforce the laws, and so we really don't expect a lot of that to change, but how we want to address enforcement is through, again, our education. So for drivers, preventing issues such as this car you can see is parked in a bike lane, and also performing another act that's illegal in a lot of municipalities is called dooring, where a motorist actually opens up the door intentionally on a bicyclist to knock them off. So preventing things like that. Passing safely is also another example. The state of Colorado has a 3-foot safe passing law, so you have to provide 3 feet between the automobile and the bicyclist when you're passing. And then for cyclists as well, so obeying all the traffic laws, riding in single file, staying as far to the right as possible, those kind of things. So these are the first E's, and the next one is engineering, but I will leave that to our engineering expert, John Payton, and I'll hand it off to him. Thank you.
Nicely done, thank you. Thank you. You had some interesting models for your pictures.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. John Payton, Transportation Engineering Manager. We're kind of shifting our name from traffic to transportation. I'm going to get into the fourth E. This is engineering. It's not quite as fancy and as nice and neat pictures as the first part of the presentation. A lot of graphs, a lot of proposed facilities. The 2005 plan was very strong in the planned improvements in that in that document. So this is the 2005 implementation report that was provided in your packet. This is 8 pages. It had over 160 different projects, and 55 of them were completed since 2005, and you can see from this that projects are completed in different times, different years. The project list table that's in the 2005 plan, which is this document, will be similar in the updated plan. Obviously, we'll take off the completed projects. We will add the proposed projects if there's a consensus on these projects to add them. And those were through community input that we got those projects. We'll also be updating the 2005 costs. Those have all changed. The importance, the complexity, and the time implementation. And we received most of this through public input. So this map on the left are the 55 projects that were completed. These projects are approximately 50 miles of either shared use paths, bike lanes, or share the road facilities throughout Lakewood. Most of the projects were considered to be high or medium importance and low to medium cost. That way they could be completed within our current budget and in conjunction with maintenance projects. Many of the projects that we do are done by repurposing lanes. Before we make a decision to repurpose a lane, we do an engineering analysis to make sure that if we repurpose the lane, the road still functions adequately, there's no adverse safety concerns, and we are promoting the other mode of transportation, the bicycle. So on the top picture here, we have a roadway that we repurposed. This used to be 2 lanes in each direction. We did our analysis, and it indicated that we could the road would still function with 1 lane, and the other lane was repurposed as a buffered bike lane, the first one in the city of Lakewood. This project on the bottom left, if this road was on the bike plan and it was ready to be resurfaced, we have a narrow shoulder here. So what we would do is we would widen with our own asphalt crews, and then the contractor would come in, resurface the road, and then we would provide a minimum of a 4-foot bike lane. And this has been very effective on a lot of our streets and how we completed a lot of these other projects. This other one is a repurposing of lanes also. This roadway used to have a 2-way left turn in the center of the roadway. We did our analysis, and we determined that the left turn wasn't absolutely critical for this location. And by repurposing the lanes, we were able to add bike lanes on each side of the road in both directions. So this was also provided in your packet. All these projects are on the 2005 project list today. The only thing that changed after reviewing with the community is the importance. And you can see most of these changed from low to high, and this will be updated in the new project or the new plan. These were also provided in your packet. These are a list of the projects identified by the community and the outreach that we did. All of these are new projects, either brand new or change in project type. And most of these projects will always create shorter trips, smaller grid blocks for cyclists to get around better with greater connectivity. So you were provided with 4 quadrant maps. These quadrant maps are fairly small. So what they were intended to do is in purple show where the new facilities were in each quadrant. What we've done is I've gone through each of the quadrants, I've enlarged them, and the next slides will be a little easier to see. And I will kind of highlight a few of the projects in each of them. So this is the northwest quadrant. This is between Colfax and Alameda and Oak and Indiana. One of the projects is to provide bike lanes on an undeveloped piece of parcel that RTD owns, which would give direct connection to the Oak Street Light Rail Station and out to Sims. A couple of other projects are down on the Union Corridor. Again, these provide smaller blocks and better connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists. This is the northeast quadrant map. It shows from 26th to 1st Avenue and Sheridan to Oak Street. One of the planned improvements here is to place bike lanes on Carr Street from 7th to 20th, which would be a big improvement out in that area. And you can see most of these projects always create smaller blocks and better grid for the cyclists. Here's the northeast quadrant again. This is from Alameda to Jewel and Sheridan to Oak Street. One thing that we heard loud and clear from community input is improve the intersection at Garrison and Alameda. Continue the bike lanes on Garrison from Dakota to the north to Cedar and create that whole corridor in there. So that's on the plan, and we definitely heard you.
So did we.
This is the southwest excuse me. A little dry mouth.
Oh, it's cool.
So this is the southwest quadrant. This is the Green Mountain area. From this, you can see there's a pretty extensive trail system proposed and existing. One of the things we heard from commuter cyclists is that there's not a good east-west road between Alameda and Morrison Road. Green Mountain creates a lot of problems the way the roads are configured in there. So there are a lot of cyclists that travel Jewel Avenue today on Bear Creek, from Bear Creek Boulevard to Kipling Street. So the proposed plan is to add bike lanes in this section of roadway from Kipling to Bear Creek. This can actually be done by narrowing all of the travel lanes in that section and provide bike lanes in the existing section by just narrowing the existing 5 lanes out there. This is the southeast quadrant. An area of great concern here is Jewel Avenue. Crossing Jewel Avenue between Wadsworth and Garrison. It's about a mile stretch from Wadsworth to Garrison without any protected crossings for pedestrians or cyclists. So the community input was to try to provide some kind of improvement or improved crossing at Carr Street. You can see on Carr Street there's already shared road proposed on both sides. So providing the connection here to get the connectivity about halfway between Wadsworth and Garrison. So, to the last E, evaluation and planning. One of the things in the evaluation is we're evaluated by the community and our goals that we've done and things that we've done. But another way is through the League of American Bicyclists. And we are a bronze community. And as you can see, out of the 271 communities in Colorado, there's only 3 communities that have bronze or higher ranking. So this is a great achievement for the city of Lakewood. And we don't want to stop there. We want to get to silver. We want to provide that education. We want to provide and encourage cyclists to get out there. So this new plan, the key elements are going to be to create a good connective bicycle grid system with short trips that look at the multimodal connections and look at first and last mile connections. And that's complemented by education, encouragement, and enforcement. So right now the city strengths, as you just heard from Christina, she's one of our city strengths now. She'll be working diligently on this master plan, along with, other active modes of transportation as far as transit and pedestrian activities and bicycling. We have great community partnerships. They've got a lot stronger in the last 3 years. And not only that, we have great support from City Council and the mayor. One of our strengths is our engineering. We completed 55 projects out of 160. That's a third of the projects, albeit they're low cost, but they're significant connections that the community uses and enjoy to use. Areas of improvement, that is going to be no shocker. educating the public, getting our youth educated, taking it back home to the parents, you know, getting schools involved. The encouragement, keeping the snow cleared from paths, keeping debris off of the paths, and getting cyclists out there and using our community efforts. And this one's pretty interesting, and this is the bicycle network data. There's a lot of new apps out there like Strava and Walk Denver and things like that, and we don't have any of that good data. So right now, we don't know who's using our bike facilities. We don't know where they're using them. It's hard to set goals, and it's also hard to monitor our progress. So if we get this bike data set up, we'll have a much better chance to see where people are going, what they like to use, what they don't like to use, and understand our network even better. So with that, request for City Council consensus to bring a resolution to adopt the 2018 Lakewood Bicycle Master Plan. With that, that concludes city presentation. I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for questions and answers.
Great. Nicely done. Thank you very much. And I see we have some LBAP members in attendance tonight. The Hardys, thank you for all your work and everything that you do. One question that I have is we really have one main north-south, and that's Garrison. And I guess until CDOT does 6th and Wadsworth, that would probably be our next. Do we have anything in the long-term plans to try to connect somewhere else?
Well, with the new update, we're looking at all arterial roadways to provide a bicycle facility, and typically these are going to be shared use paths, 10 foot wide, just like we did at Wadsworth that we just finished out there. So Lakewood does have few connections that go north and south. We've got Union, we've got Indiana, Wadsworth, Kipling, Sheridan. So we are limited on where we can get across 6th Avenue. It is a barrier. But through development and grant funding, we will try to get better crossings at Kipling, Sheridan, Wadsworth. There is a proposed facility to do some type of separation at Harlan. Very challenging to engineer anything in there, but it's on the plan. I don't know how we'll fund it, but it's on the plan.
Well, thank you for that. And also the recognition, and this just was brought to my attention with the equality piece. And many of us were at a panel with Michael Hancock, and he had talked about the gentrification issue and putting in bicycle paths in community that really never rode bikes or understood bicycle transportation, and that piece of, you know, education, how that can be a nice cost-saving method for folks who can, you know, easily access a bicycle. So that's pretty cool that moving forward with that. And then I want to address just one thing, and then we'll go into questions and comments from the rest of the council. We do have several folks from the D10 here, and you know, there was a commitment made by the previous council to really look at this and be serious about it. I know we've interacted with a few of the people, and you're going to come back up and chat, and I would encourage those conversations to continue. Jay Hutchison is a man of great integrity, as is his staff, so I have great faith. You know, we may not come to an understanding, and if that's the case, that'll have to come back to council. But, you know, we're all humans, and I think it's about the communication, and it's you know, the folks who have great concerns, it's their life, it's their backyards, and we understand. But I hope we can continue with that communication and work through Jay. So thank you. Ms. Franks?
Thanks, Mayor Paul. A couple of things. I was hoping that maybe, I know you talked about maybe looking for grant dollars in that. So is the funding then strictly a yearly allocation in the budget that we're picking out as much as we can do, and then we're going after grant dollars? Kind of help the community understand, since I've been on budget and audit, and help people understand kind of where these dollars come from and the sources that we go externally to look for them.
There are a variety of ways that we fund these types of projects. Often they're multi-purpose projects. One of those is grants, and those grants sometimes are specifically for pedestrian and bicycle facilities. We've done that in some cases along Alameda, probably some other areas I'm not thinking of right now. A second way that we address this is to do it during maintenance projects where we resurface a street. I think Mr. Payton talked a little bit about repurposing the area that's available for transportation so that we can adopt and implement some components of the plan. So that happens during maintenance projects. The third is that it's a subsidiary, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, of larger projects. Mr. Payton mentioned the Wadsworth project between Highland Drive and 14th Avenue. It's easy to see the additional through lane going north and the additional through lane going south, but if you think back, you'll recognize that there were not continuous sidewalks, yet alone bicycle or shared use path facilities in that segment. So those are now there as well. So we pursue these almost in any way that we can, and certainly in conjunction with other projects.
Great, thank you. Regarding the projects that we were shown here, some of the connector pieces and that, are the majority of them going to be the shared path, that 10-foot, in order? I guess I'm trying to understand how much of that is meant to strictly be for bicycle traffic, and maybe is there a percentage of that that's going to give folks who have strollers? I guess I'm just trying to understand how multi-use some of these projects are.
I'm sorry, just one comment and then please fill in. One of the, any of the off-street facilities are shared use facilities. So anytime there's a concrete something that motor vehicles cannot go on, they're intended to be a shared use facility. But then we also have facilities that are on the street that I suspect John will talk a little bit about and how that proportion shakes out. Correct. The shared use paths typically are going to be on our arterial roadways. The bike lanes typically are going to be on our collector roadways. So it's kind of a hierarchy: higher speed, higher volume, shared use paths. Collector roadways, we share the road with bike lanes where we have lower speed, lower volumes. And then when we get down to the share the road facilities, those are typically on local streets, low volume, low speed.
And has there been any thought into kind of that hierarchical structure on how people like myself with our e-bike, which they can get to cruising if you get a little hill on with us, how that's going to factor into enforcement, width of lanes, safety, education, passing? I mean, how does it all fit together now that the biking landscape is changing with the e-bikes?
That's going to be one of the components of how we deal with new technology, new facility types. We'll have to look into that deeply. I know a lot of communities are already wrestling with where they permit electric or e-assist bikes. Are they allowed on recreational trails? Should they be on off-street soft dirt trails? So that's going to be part of the education component and figuring out and working with other cities and law enforcement how we actually maintain the e-assist bikes and where they're allowed.
Wonderful. And another question on funding sources. Has there been any discussion to, go back to the yesteryear where, like I said, you got a, bike license for anything that was on the street? Has there been that type of drive in order for us to expedite the creation of these connections and capabilities for folks?
We haven't had discussions of that concept. Clearly, it's one that could be discussed. One of the challenges that all of you know we face is that more revenue doesn't necessarily mean more revenue because of our circumstance under the state's constitutional revenue limits.
Well, and that's what I want people to hear is sometimes when you think you're getting more and all you do is put us over a taper limit and then we just end up just passing it along back. So that's why it's not always as easy based on some of these constructs to get that. And then the last thing, I'm sure others will go into this, but some things that concerned me was maybe we had some speakers earlier who talked about, maybe losing their ability to get access to water. Would certainly want to make sure, given Colorado has some pretty strong water rights rules and these 12-foot. So is that something that then is just a direct conversation with these individuals? Because it sounds like those were just very small segments of this very large picture, but how does that factor in for us bringing this to a resolution when you're still in negotiations or discussions, I guess?
There are two things happening simultaneously. One is that there are projects in the works already, and one of those is the W Line project west of Kipling. And clearly on any project that we're involved in, we need to respect the rights that already exist, whether it's water rights or property rights of other sorts. And that's what we'll do in the normal process. So people will not lose their water rights, and they won't lose access if they have access to a facility today. The second thing that's going on is tonight's discussion about a master plan. And master plans are only that. They don't always have implementation clearly laid out yet. In fact, I think Mr. Payton talked about one project where it's not clear how we're going to accomplish a particular proposal that's going to be, or that's recommended for the master plan today. That's because the end result idea, which is kind of what the master plan addresses, seems like a good idea to the community and to the conversation that's already occurred. The how hasn't been addressed yet, but regardless of how the how unfolds over time, we do need to respect those existing rights.
Well, and that's what I wanted to share with people is if we have a consensus to push this resolution forward, that doesn't preclude all the other procedures that go into effect for anything where you would be making. I just like to separate those because I think it can get confusing that if we say yes to moving forward this resolution, that there are other factors that may have to come back before us for some of these other things for which folks have, their rights and their opinion. So would that be the case then? Those individual things would either be worked out with your department, or they could be that there's something where it requires council action.
Good, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just add, we're hoping that we can work together to where that won't happen. But that is the fallback. Mr. Roybal, quiet over there on an island.
Thank you. I'm still here by myself, but that's okay. The bike path. I just wanted to bring to your attention, yes, we have vehicle transportation through our streets. We now have bicycles. But I wanted to bring to your attention that we have residents that are in wheelchairs. Okay? Will this include your master plan? Will that also include the ADA requirements through the bike paths? Yes, and that's because the paths are multi-purpose paths. They do serve pedestrians or any other kind of non-motor vehicle kinds of transportation, so they will comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Okay. I would recommend maybe we put that on the master plan because I didn't see anything about that. Maybe we can elaborate a little bit saying that we're in compliance with the ADA. We can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Vincent.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for a lot of these connections that you're doing in this area. There's a lot of issues around car and getting back and forth to the parks. One of the questions I have, and I'd be remiss if I didn't ask it because it's starting to be a concern, those roadways that are next to mass transit, which goes all through the light rail from Sheridan clear on up. There's a lot of development going on there. There are starting to be more bikes. And if you know, in a large sections of those, there's two-way traffic on each way. There's no sidewalk, so pedestrians go there. And even though I believe large sections of it are supposed to be pushed on, the D10 is supposed to be pushed off 13th, people don't go there. They go straight. Is there any concern or any consideration given in this to things that may be happening in the future for that multimodal?
Yes. Our ability to predict the future is somewhat limited, but we certainly recognize the challenges on actually a lot of streets in Lakewood that don't have anything except a strip of pavement that the motor vehicles, if there are two of them, completely use up. One of the things that the City Council has done for a number of years now is allocate funding for pedestrian and bicycle facilities, which I didn't mention earlier in my response to Councilor Franks, but that's another one of the funding sources is in the Capital Improvement Fund. Up through last year, it was $300,000 a year, and the council's now increased that to $500,000 per year, and presumably that will continue. We prioritize how that money is used based on some priority guidance that we've received from the City Council. And it does include things like the pedestrian demand that's in the area, how safe the area is for pedestrians or bicyclists, whether or not it's close or connected to transit facilities where there's decent ridership. The W line obviously would be an apparent area like that, and some other items. So we're very aware of the need. It's decades of work. But we're making progress because the council's been persistent about providing some funding to do that. The other component of that is that land development generally does also provide some of these kinds of facilities, particularly sidewalks, sometimes wider shared use facilities. Oftentimes those are truncated at the ends of the development, so there's a gap that we have to figure out a way to fill in ultimately, particularly in parts of town where it's generally existing completely developed areas. But we keep working on those as well. In fact, I think one of the projects that you heard about with the budget discussion last year will connect a walk that is on the south side of 13th, I think about 4 properties west of Lamar. The city now will build a project across those intervening 3 properties to get people to Lamar, where there is a light rail station, without having to go out into the street. So a lot of pieces trying to fit together to get as much done as we can, as quickly as we can in the highest priority areas. Is that helpful?
Yes, I think so. A question, though, is what, I mean, do you look at, I mean, this is terrible to say, but do you look at certain number of accidents? What pushes things that it's no longer safe?
Clearly, if there are more accidents, it's a more important location than if there are fewer accidents. So we do look, that is some of the data that we look at, and some of those other factors that I mentioned a moment ago.
Okay. I mean, I hate for that to be a data point that you have X number of accidents and then you get a bike path or whatever. But that is a reality.
It is a reality, and it's more the reverse, that we already know where the needs are. Now we have to prioritize them. And clearly one of the criteria should be which area is safer and which area is less safe, and let's see if we can focus on the less safe.
And can you get one last question?
Right.
Can you push development as it comes through to build not only your sidewalks but space for bike racks, bike path connectivity? I think it's been happening a little.
We do require.
Yes, there are requirements in the planning regulations for bike parking.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to say I absolutely support biking. It's the way of the future. It's the direction that our community is going. I do have a few questions, and bouncing off of Councillor Vincent's comment on accidents, we are going forward with many connections, and that's appropriate. Are we also getting data regarding the amount of bicycle accidents on the new connections? And the reason that I'm asking that is that with more bikes on major highway, or not highways, well, maybe highways too, but major arteries and streets, I'm wondering about safety for not only the cyclists but the motorists, and if that shared use is causing problems regarding increase in accidents along some of those. I know the state law says they have to be only 2 abreast, I believe, better if single file. I think all of us know that there's issues both with the motorists and with the cyclists. I've seen myself where they come right on the edge there, and by law I'm supposed to be, I think, 3 feet out from them, which pushes the automobile then more into traffic on the ongoing side. So there's gaminess going on both sides, and I understand that. So your education is huge, huge. Are we assessing any data regarding biking accidents on these major streets now that there's more shared paths?
Accident data is really important, and crashes between motor vehicles and any other form of transportation are not good for the other form particularly, but they're also not good for the motorists. So we do look at those kinds of things, and we look for patterns, and we look for whether or not there are physical solutions that can solve or reduce the chances of the same kinds of issues occurring. It is certainly a component of trying to figure out how best to manage a complex transportation system with a variety of human attitudes and a variety of attention levels by those on every form of transportation.
So there is ongoing assessment of data.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. This sounds like
As an additional note, though, I'd like to mention that data across the board for especially international data shows that more cyclists on the road actually results in safer roads for cyclists and motorists alike. It brings more awareness to the amount of cyclists on the road, and they've shown that actually increased riders on the road does decrease accidents.
Thank you. One of the slides that you showed, Mr. Payton, showed that when the time comes, if there's a soft shoulder, maybe with grass, what you were showing, that there's more asphalt in order to make the bike lane go more in that direction. As we put more asphalt on there, has there been any impact on drainage in those areas?
Typically, we have our street maintenance provide the widening for the shoulders. They also do roadside ditches and maintain those. So those areas are already maintained by the city, and if there is an adjacent drainage swell adjacent to that, they do add the asphalt and then provide the drainage swell and recreate it in the new location.
Okay, so that's being addressed. Perfect. You also showed on your master plan increased access for pedestrians and bikes across Union. There is the Union Corridor Traffic Study, and gridlock on Union is becoming a real issue with the build out west, and it's on the people's minds more now too with the Denver Federal Center, any potential build outs there. I would just like to say that that is a concern regarding the gridlock that's on Union. I'm not sure what the answer is, but it's out there. This sounds like an odd question. Has there been any outreach to AAA regarding any thoughts that they may have? There's been a lot of outreach with all the biking community. Has there been outreach with AAA and the motorists?
Not currently. This is the plan. We will set up the education, get the partnerships set up. Reaching out to AAA is definitely something we can look into. There's other partnerships. This is just kind of getting a baseline for where we can start and how we can proceed and educate and encourage motorists and drivers or cyclists alike.
Okay. Back in the days when you had bikes, you used to have a bike license. Has there been any talk about going in that direction again for bikes that are on the asphalt sharing the road with motorists? And part of that would be the helmets, would be education, would be frankly a way that everybody knows who's on the road at the same time. Has it ever been thought about to reinstitute that kind of program?
Mr. Hutchinson, I believe, addressed this earlier, that we have not looked at providing any type of licensing. It goes back to the funds, and do we create an account where Tabor funds, we lose them anyway because we have this extra source of money. So we haven't really gone that way yet to look at this. It's definitely something that there could be. Other cities really haven't done it either. I don't know that we would move forward and go that direction, though.
So it's not in the works at this point?
No. Not at this point, but Mr. Payton, maybe you can talk a little bit about the education approach and program that the Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team is a great proponent of and has done with some city staff already. That gets to some of the education and safety items, I think. But I'm not sure how that regards to cyclists and funding. It doesn't have to do with funding. It has to do with education and safety. Okay. There is a driver-friendly bicycle education course that Lakewood Bicycle Advisory Team does put on. Christine and I have both taken it. Chief Cassie, sorry, Kit Newland with Community Resources. We just signed a letter of support with Bicycle Colorado to perform this, and this is a great tool. It not only makes cyclists aware of what drivers' responsibilities are, but drivers' responsibilities for cyclists. Goes back to the 3-foot rule, when you can pass, when you can't pass. It's a great educational tool, and we're trying to get it instituted within the city of Lakewood, so not mandatory, but our city employees that drive street maintenance vehicles and plows and things like that can take these courses and be better educated.
And it's a sad commentary when you showed the car that has the door open, you know, as a detractant. Also, I just recently learned, and I can't recall the name of it, where some vehicles, I guess, have the ability to put out black smoke as a way to detract and to hurt the cyclists. That's, you know, that's, I'm sorry to see that kind of thing happen. You were talking about bike racks, and I think that's an awesome idea. I'm curious, how are the bike racks paid for? And when you put your bike in there, is there a fee?
Excuse me, the new development in the zoning code has provisions for the development to provide a certain amount of bicycle parking spaces. There are not any bike racks in the Lakewood that I know of that you have to pay to lock your bike up to. If that was a situation, most people would just use my traffic signs and chain them to those. But there are a lot of ways to promote bicycle parking. But the thing we're finding out is we provide bicycle parking, but we haven't provided them in logical areas. Cyclists can't find them. They can't see them. They don't know where they're at. They're not easily accessible. So those are some of the things that we're learning through development, the process, and installing these, that there are better places to place the bike racks and better places to use them. If I can just stay on the parking for just a second, I want to tie that back to bike sharing. Historically, the bike sharing in this metropolitan area has included docks, where you have to take your bike and leave it at one of these docks, and so it's built-in bike parking. That's an expensive way to do bike sharing, and it's not the model that's quickly evolving and beginning to be implemented, which is a dockless bike share, and you do everything on your phone, including unlock your bike, and you can park anywhere as far as the bike share company is concerned. One of the challenges is, how do you manage that parking? And we need to figure out how to manage it so that we don't create issues for pedestrians and have them all over the place where they shouldn't be, where they're logically left. And just like any other human activity, most bicyclists will do the right thing. Unfortunately, not everybody does the right thing. So it's something we're going to have to figure out how to implement with a dockless bike share program, and maybe a reason to do it in increments instead of immediately going citywide. But I appreciate you raising the question about parking.
Just a few more things. Miss Lane, you brought up the cost of how expensive cars are. Even I have been in a bike store, and I've seen some bikes that are $4,000. So actually, you can buy a used car for close to that, and it just depends on what your choice of transportation is.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And contrary to that, though, maintaining an automobile is still significantly more expensive in terms of gas, insurance, wear and tear, things like that. So overall, they show that the average cost to maintain an automobile is about $10,000 per household. And so when you put that in comparison to even if somebody decided to go with a very high-end bike and spend thousands of dollars, it's still significantly less. And I think the main purpose is that ultimately anybody can buy a used bicycle for a couple $100s, and then suddenly somebody who doesn't have access to an automobile or is no longer able to afford a bus fare can now get themselves around to jobs and other services.
I think part of that equation is that the folks that buy the high-end bicycles use them a lot, and frankly, they buy more of them. So there's a balance.
There's some interesting statistics nationwide, though, in terms of who our riders are as a nation. And actually, 40% of commuters make less than $25,000 a year.
Okay. You were talking about Garrison, and frankly, it's becoming a real issue in Ward 1, particularly from Alameda up to Colfax. I mean, everybody knows there's gridlock, there's not sidewalks. And I imagine that there's easements there for the city in order to expand the streets. I'm not real sure how this goes, but is that going to require taking of property in order to expand it and have bicycle lanes in addition? Talk to me about this. It's a big issue in Ward 1.
Garrison's a good example. There are a variety of conditions on Garrison. There are sidewalks in some places on one side, some places not many on two sides. There are places where there are no sidewalks. There are places where there are good bike lanes. There are places where there are not. And the property boundaries vary along Garrison as well. So one of the implementation steps on any one of these projects, whether it's a Garrison or another site, will be to evaluate what those kinds of circumstances are, because they all translate into a number of considerations, one of which, of course, is cost. And those implementation steps are something that would come along as the master plan is implemented.
Okay. And my last comments are in regard to the D10 bike path. It is in Ward 1, and I support the city and the connectivity. I understand that. The D10 bike path, on the other hand, for me is a very different issue. It is on the north side of the light rail, and in order to go forward with that, there will be eminent domain used. The homes that will be affected by the eminent domain have already given, in many cases, 8 to 12 feet of property, and one lady had 5 full-grown cottonwood trees taken down. If we go forward with this, there's going to be more trees taken down. There's also issues with the sound wall. If it's going to be taken down and relocated more in their property, with the lighting and light pollution, I think that there's still quite a few questions out there that we're still working on. And certainly the ditch issues. Water laws are a big deal in our state. And I would like to see City Council, frankly, take a field trip out to this area and visit before we really go forward with this project, so that you can honestly see how this affects people on a very personal level. I hope that we can make that happen. I'd also like to just throw this out there because it's a very sensitive issue for people. When folks gave up their backyards for the light rail, at that time they were given 2 letters from RTD, signed, and 2 letters from Lakewood, signed. A total of 4 letters saying that the land between the north side of the light rail and their property would never be used for public access. And by going forward with this project, it's easy to see why people have so little trust in government at this point. I am hopeful that this council will take another look at this path and reevaluate going on the south side of the light rail, which would be far less impact And I think we're going to really have to take a look at that. I cannot support the bike path that's currently the D10. For me personally, it's immoral and unethical to take people's backyards for a bike path. And that's all I have to say.
Mr. Roybal.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, when you talked about the master plan, and you gave us a drawing and a picture of it, which seems to be it's fitting and it's coming together. But one thing that dawned on me that I wanted to ask, that we consider this part of the master plan, but the question that I have is that the initial cost of putting in the bike path is coming through council. But we didn't talk about the maintenance to maintain those entire roads up and down, the city roads or the private areas, the selected areas. And, for example, if a street light's out, who replaces that? If it needs to be swept during the summer months, it needs to be plowed during the winter months. I kind of looked at this and kind of bounced around, but we didn't really set a budget for it. I would like to see if we can possibly take a look and see what it would cost the city to maintain these, bicycle lanes, if that would be possible. Is that possibly any consideration to find out what the cost is? We certainly could develop an estimate, and just for some background information, and what I think you probably supposed is that the maintenance for a new facility is comparable to the maintenance for any existing facility. So much of that maintenance is handled by the city, but not all of it. Some of it's handled by adjacent property owners in certain circumstances. But you're correct. We've not done an estimate of the additional maintenance costs, and we could probably do that for the entire plan. I would ask whether that's the whole council's desire, and the reason I say that is that it would be a ballpark estimate at best. It would be a fairly substantial effort, and while we could do it incrementally by length or type of project, or we could do it for the whole master plan, the implementation of this whole master plan is probably decades of work. Right, so right, and I understand transition will be that, slow. and maybe we can go, as you're developing the master plan, we can continue looking at the maintenance of the budget, whatever it's going to be. I think it's important for us to understand what we're getting into and what it's going to cost us. I don't want to come back in 10 years from now saying, oh my goodness, this is more than what we thought, and we didn't realize that. I want to be prepared. I appreciate that, and something that, as an example, that we've done when it comes to snow and ice control is that as the street mileage that the city is responsible for has grown, occasionally the council has approved an additional plow or perhaps some other resources. And so incrementally we've tried to follow that. But I understand your point that you want to understand what's coming. Exactly, and that we meet the criteria of ADA, and we're in compliance. And I think it would be really smart of us to take that in consideration, to say, hey, this is what it's going to cost us. And then we can have a discussion here on council to say, okay, how do we need to pay for this? So just a thought. Thank you.
Ms. Hodson.
Can I add, the way we handle this in the parks system is we find an average based on the type of park it is, whether it's a developed park or an undeveloped park, and we put an average per acre, what it costs to maintain that particular property. I'm wondering if maybe we can use that same calculation for maintenance of trail. And it's an average, so some may have more, some may have less.
And I think that's a good starting point.
Mm-hmm.
But as the years go on, then we're going to have more data so we can get more accurate information as we move forward. But I think it's important for us to at least have that conversation to start up with. So, thank you.
Mr. Skilling.
So I'm going to switch gears back, and this has been covered, but I'll just reiterate that anytime we have master plans and yet there's citizen concerns and we have public comment, and this certainly isn't the first night that we've had public comment about bike paths, so we know full well that there are concerns out there. And every time we see a master plan, we tend to say, well, it's not binding, it's just our overall idea, and then there'll be specifics that we'll get into. My concern is that there are people that have concerns. They look at the master plan and maybe they don't feel that those concerns are being looked at, addressed, even acknowledged at all. So I don't know if this is the appropriate plan to put it in there. But as Councilor Johnson and Councilor Franks had spoke to, if we're adopting this plan, it almost seems as if we're adopting it as a whole and not even acknowledging that there are some issues. So if there's any way to acknowledge, you've got the priority plans, the grids that have the notes, they have, there's a bunch of different rows on there that talks about the different projects. If there's some way to denote something, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. But I would hate to adopt a plan in which we talk about the 5 E's, and that's great, and our goals, and here's everything that we're doing. That glosses over some significant concerns that individuals have and entire communities have. And so if there would be some way to address that in the master plan, that would be nice. Whether it's an affirmation of what the community outreach is going to be, what the process is going to be, something. Because right now, we heard tonight, we've heard other nights, we will hear in the future significant concerns. And I don't want to look back and say, but we've got this great master plan and let's just go forward. So, and I know that's been echoed, but I want to echo it one more time, that this is very significant for the people that live there. So with that, maybe you all have some ideas and other master plans where this has been attempted to at least acknowledge coming up when we get down to that implementation that you were speaking to earlier and some of the challenges. Maybe we can head that off now as well. I'm not saying that it has to be, the sky is falling, but it certainly should acknowledge homeowners in certain areas that we all know where they are, right? We know where the controversies are. That should somehow be acknowledged. My 2 cents.
Thank you. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to switch gears a little bit and just first of all say that I think the progress is really exciting from the last plan to this plan, especially what you've been able to do with limited funding, and the completion of almost a third of the projects is great. And then also just wanted to mention that I also did the driver-friendly safety class. We did that at a ward meeting, and so it's a class that teaches drivers how to share the road. It was really educational and answered a lot of those questions for me. And most of the people that took the class with us they're not bikers, they're drivers, and so and everyone, we highly recommend it. Okay. Couple questions. So one of the things that is important to me is that public health, but also youth health, and then getting our kids to ride their bikes to school. And I talked with Bear Creek High School. They said that the access looks great on the plan, but what about Lakewood High School? And I'm not sure if I'm just not reading this plan correctly, but is there access to cross Kipling safely from west to east for Lakewood High School students?
There's currently a signal at 8th Place in Kipling, which is directly aligns with the neighborhood to the west and hits about halfway between the Lakewood High School property. So it's about dead center north-south. From there, they can walk directly or bike directly in at 8th Place. Where it dead ends today at Johnson Way.
Okay. So that is there is a safe.
There is a signalized crossing for pedestrians and cyclists.
Okay. And then another question about protected lanes. So on the higher volume streets, we have the off-street parking, or I'm sorry, off-street shared paths. Is there any looking into more inexpensive ways to create protected lanes? I saw that there are some cities doing planters and stuff like that in addition to paint that makes it safer for.
I think that's part of the not locking yourself into one thing, new innovations, seeing what works, identifying that, using new trends. So there is potential. Lakewood doesn't have a lot of roads where we can repurpose a lot of lanes to create those buffered bike lanes, or create a parking lane that protects the bike lane on the inside. But those are certainly alternatives that we can look at. And when we go to these implementation steps, what exactly the best fit is for certain areas.
Great. That's something that I hear a lot from our community, is that people would feel safer to ride if there were protected lanes, which of course is more expensive, and there's only so much we can do. So I really appreciate the progress, but also love looking at things other cities are doing. So just to wrap up, I would like to support moving forward and adopting consensus to adopt this plan. And I guess actually just to address the concerns, I think Councilor Franks brought this up, but passing this plan does not take away the other steps that are going to be going on with implementing this.
Right. This is just that. It's a master plan, and every project ends up with multiple steps, including budgeting for its actual implementation, unless it can be done with a maintenance project, and the interaction with whoever's next door, because they're always directly affected.
And there are guarantees in place that we will continue to work with the homeowners on getting fair market, coming up with an agreed purchase price for, and so that's already in writing that we are doing that.
It's required by law that if we acquire property rights, whether it's water or land or probably others that I'm not thinking of, that we do need to provide fair market value for their rights. Yes. Okay.
I just want to make sure that it's clear that we will still, or the city will continue to work on that, and that passing this does not mean that we will not continue to work with our community on those issues. So, I think this is really exciting progress and great for public health. The economic reasons I think are really important. I'm really excited to hear that that's been brought to attention. It can be used to help reduce traffic, which is a major issue in our community, and of course cleaner air, and helps implement our sustainability plan. So I would like to move this forward.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that exhausts all the questions and comments. Is there consensus to bring this resolution forward? All right, we will bring it forward. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to public comment. I have Mr. Gordon first, and then we'll go back to Ms. Johnson and Mr. Carabello. Mr. Gordon already spoke with you. Okay, so come on down.
Good evening. My name is Tim Carabello. I live at 10280 West 13th Place. I am for the bike paths. I bike. I have 2 bikes. I don't bike as fast or as far as I used to, but I still bike. And I have used, up to Kipling, the bike path from Denver, as a matter of fact. I am for the bike path being placed on the south side of the light rail. There is room on the south side of the light rail from Kipling to one house short of Nelson Street to be off-road. There is land there to do that. That's about a 4-block area, where with your present proposal, you're going to put it right behind about 20 homes, and you're going to take through eminent domain, because I am not giving you any of my property, and you are going to take my property and 2 of my neighbors' property. You are going to remove at least 2 100-year-old plus cottonwood trees, plus a number of other trees. How you're going to determine market value on that, I'd like to see, because you can't. You can't even come close to it. You're going to remove vegetation. I'm not sure whether you're going to remove a shed that has been in that backyard since 1953 on a concrete slab. The communication, unfortunately, has not been good with the city. Right now, all of us are under an arbitrary deadline of this Thursday, February 8th, to let the city know what kind of fence we want and whether or not we are going to ask for a variance in terms of height of the fence beyond the 6 feet. This is with no discussion yet of how much property they're going to take, what the value may be. So I don't know if you think that's good. I don't. I don't think that's fair at all. And I am hesitant to respond to this, and yet feel if I don't, in fact, the city already said in their letter, if I don't, then they're just going to assume I want a 6-foot fence and that's what they're going to do. That's just not right. It's just not right. The reason we're in this predicament, I believe, is because the city went ahead and got a grant to place it along the north side of the tracks before any of us even knew it. Then the process started of let's involve the neighborhood. Well, the horse was already out of the barn by then. And so we have had meetings, and we've had meetings with Mr. Hutchison, we've had meetings with Mr. Nyhoff, but they're already set. You know, if you're going to have an agreement, there should be a give and take. It's all taking. You're just taking. For you to remove that kind of trees and vegetation, that doesn't affect just that one homeowner. That affects all of us. I mean, you all know, you know how big a cottonwood is and the shade that provides and cuts down on the use of air conditioning and everything else. You're going to take my neighbor's, she has that tree, that's going to directly affect me, directly. And what's so frustrating is that there's an alternative. And then several of us bike. It's not, none of us were ever anti-biking. We're just this arbitrariness, and there was, and probably still is, a process for the city to go back and try to use the south side of that track and still use the money. Is it a hassle? Yeah. Is maybe a little egg on the face? Yeah. Okay. We've all had that, have we not? I certainly did in my work career. Nobody's perfect, but to be stubborn about it, I just don't understand it. And so, yeah, I am so cynical at this point, and I'm not a cynical person and don't want to be a cynical person. So I hope you will reconsider and keep working with
Thank you, Mr. Carvello. Ms. Johnson? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Ann Johnson. I live at 10350 West 13th Place. I am one of the people that Tim was just referring to with a 100-plus-year-old cottonwood tree and a bunch of other trees under it, which provide for me the only screening between my house and the light rail, and soon will not provide any screening for not only the light rail, but for all the pedestrians, bicyclists, horseback riders, whoever is using the multi-use path. So I agree with everything Tim said, emphatically, with what Mimi said, what Charlie has said in the past about moving the path back to where it started and has been in the master plan for years on 13th Avenue. As far as we know, the D10 line is not even in the master plan. We've not seen it on any of the drawings at the meetings we've been to. So we don't know what that means. Is it part of the plan? Is it not? If it isn't, what does that mean? If it is, what does that mean? What are the pros and cons? We don't know because we are not told. So we're left in the dark to try to handle this ourselves. That's why we've organized our little neighborhood as best we can. But as Tim referred to, we get letters that tell us what we have to do. We have any of you ever had to write for a minor variance, fill out the paperwork? I would encourage you to do that, to look at the language used to describe what we have to do to submit this application. I don't even understand half the language, what it means, what we're supposed to write, and yet decisions are going to be made based on what we write or don't write that are going to affect our futures, the value of our homes, our privacy, which is nil, our the sound, not just from the trains, but from pedestrians, from motorcycles, which you know are going to be using that path, whatever. So if there's any opportunity to revisit the vote for eminent domain, we do not believe that that is a just use of eminent domain for a multi-use path when there are reasonable, safe alternatives which already exist and don't cost much to improve. So, just want to check here. Oh, I also want to please beg you to come out and visit, to look at our properties, to look at where that path would be and what impact it would have on all of us between Kipling and Oak. Also, P.S., please everybody, for those of us who can't hear all that well, use your microphones, because we didn't hear half of what went on discussion-wise from a lot of the meeting, because people were talking over here, talking over there. Anyway, thank you very much.
Mr. Plotkin?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you doing tonight?
Good. Welcome.
Thank you. Alex Plotkin, 1231 South Ward Court. Thank you very much for covering a number of topics tonight in regards to the open space and the fees. And so I had this speech, but it may sound redundant, but again, it is encouraging to see this discussion which transpired tonight in regards to that. And so privatize the gains and socialize the losses. That was the message clearly sent to the public of this nation in the financial crisis of 2008. So perhaps one could be somewhat understanding of the public sentiment that the current city bylaws support developer fees that privatize the developer gains and socialize the losses in the form of the city missing out on more revenue dollars and the reduced quality of life and the environmental impact induced by the development around the city. Lakewood does have an impressive wealth of open space. However, a large park on one side of the city does not mitigate the dire need for green space immediately adjacent to the developments in the other parts of the city. One could even argue that in some ways it adds to the traffic burden as people are forced to drive to where the parks are instead of being able to step out to green space adjacent to the apartment building. It is ironic that Broomfield was cited in a presentation today. It also happens to have a very diverse and robust base of high-tech, well-paying jobs. which Lakewood is still lacking in large numbers. So perhaps the developers complain about their property rights or market-based fees should ask themselves, how can we truly develop Lakewood into a city others aspire to be, hence respecting the property rights of others? Perhaps they should show the proper respect for the truly free markets and pay the fair market-based value in those cases where it is determined that a fee shall be used in lieu of land dedication. Our property taxes go up according to the current market valuation, so why should the developers not pay a current market price? Yes, valuations can also go down, but fair is fair, right? Here's another inconvenient thing about fair market value. The developers will not, out of their goodness of their heart, build affordable housing. Why should they give a house away for $300,000 if the current market value is $600,000? Instead, we should be having a very serious discussion about a drastic buildup of public transit if we truly want to support affordable housing. Perhaps the fees should be switched over to developers putting some money towards some feet of rail or bicycle paths. So we ask you to consider a market-based fee structure that would fairly compensate the city in those cases a fee is the chosen option, as well as be a lot more stringent in disallowing developments that lack sufficient amount of green space adjacent to them to improve the quality of life of those who will be living there. Being able to catch a breath of fresh air by taking a walk outside one's door is priceless. So in summary, tonight was a much better tack was taken and listened to the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Gentlemen, come on down. This ought to be fun.
If I fall asleep, it's past my bedtime.
Well, we're glad you're hanging out with us.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for their comments tonight. Ramey, I appreciate what you did, and I wanted to apologize for outbursting there for your comment about the appraised value. Philip Anschutz told me once in Denver, you know, cities shouldn't get involved in using the phrase fair market value. I'm suing them. He did in '92. I would stay away from that, especially in a blanket forum, as pointed out by Mrs. Vincent, that this is worth more than this. I don't care if it's 50 feet apart. You can't overrun the powers of a MIA appraiser or a real estate appraiser. That's the law. And if you try to circumvent the law by doing it, I don't care if the city council of Denver tried it with my property on 17th and Tremont, they lost every time. You can't do this. You've got to use appraisers and you've got to respect it. When you start saying, well, this guy said this fair market value is this and this fair market value is that, it doesn't work. Everybody's got an opinion, but you have to use appraisers, and we're entitled to it. The only thing you get for your dollar with the Colorado Lottery is a chance to go over and fill out your own ticket. That's why for 20, 30 years they've kept those ridiculous little boxes there. I was a result of that. That's all you get for your dollar. Quick picks don't mean nothing, okay? You pay for something, you should get something back in return. We pay our taxpayers and our city council people to look over us and watch our property rights, and let's make sure we do it the right, proper way. Let's not put in rules to where we're in power of all of this. It's not right. It's not right. And another thing I'd like to comment on is the bike path in our backyard. Mr. Padden here, I mean, I have many employees, but I would fire both these guys right now.
Please direct your comments towards the...
Yeah, I would fire both those guys. For one, they've lied to my wife and I repeatedly. And they've never really worked with us in a real, honest manner. And I made certain I'd point that out. And I also want you to know Mr. Barnett couldn't be here tonight because his wife is ill. But he wants to make certain that the bike path between Kipling and Oak, that little strip on the north side, is put on the study session in the master plan, and it hasn't been. It's been held back. That's a $2 million project, according to these jamokes back here. And if Mr. Padden is really good at expanding roads and putting, why wouldn't he do that on 13th Avenue on the south side? You know what I'm saying? Before he would come in somebody's backyard, trample water rights, utility rights, take out people's backyards. And then, as Matt said from the School of Mines, I can't believe these people. For a bike path, they're going to condemnate land? Well, what city is this? remind me never to go there. And he's a bicyclist. He's a Tour de France bicyclist. And I'm just telling you, it's wrong. You gotta stop and think about what you do with an overuse of power when you get up there. And this is crushing an ant with a 10-pound sledgehammer. I'm going to tell you something. I used to be for it, but after getting run around the rosy by these jamokes, I'm against it one completely. So please, get rid of this notion of condemnation for a bike path. It's wrong. It's immoral. And I'm telling you, you won't sleep good if you do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mueller.
Even on their proposal, they said it's a change from a shared roadway to a shared path. There's no roadway, it's a backyard. That's a lie. And I've had many, many dealings with these two guys. Well, all three of them. And I'll tell you what, I have never had so many rude people in my life, especially talking to the people. And I go after these causes, and then I should beat myself in the head with a hammer after going after them. But the lies that RTD and Lakewood gave these people on 13th, the lies that they're doing on this light rail, on this bike path, is unbelievable. They haven't told them how much land they need. They haven't told them what price they're going to give them. They haven't told them how much are you going to pay for it. They haven't told them anything. They just said, you're going to lose your property. We want you to sign a variance. They haven't told them if the sound barrier is going to come down. You know what that's going to make their life? Some of these people only have 30-foot backyards after RTD got done with them. You want to take 12 to 15 feet of it? He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Please keep your stuff pointed this way.
I'm talking to you.
Thank you, sir.
But he doesn't care. He's the most arrogant employee you have in this city. Rude and nasty.
Not true.
Anyway, there's a lot of questions at 13th, and I think you should pull 13th right off the whole project. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson, you had something that you were asked to read. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll do my best to get this done in 3 minutes.
You're fine.
I have been looking forward to attending the bike path presentation ever since I and others were smeared as anti-cyclists during the council meeting wherein the 13th Avenue bike path relocation was voted in. I have rode all my life till later years and have always been a share the road driver. That having been said, regrettably, I will be unable to attend tonight's event. I have to administer a pre-op procedure at exactly 8 p.m. Therefore, as a Ward 1 resident, I have requested of you to please read into the meeting my input comments as follows. I, Jack Barnett of 10370 West 13th Place, Lakewood, Colorado, have attended all of the bike path open houses thus far. I am concerned that I have never seen the planned project of relocating the 13th Avenue bike path drawn into the bike path master plan, reflecting the intentions to relocate to a site north of RTD's light rail west line that abuts my property line. Further concerns are that council members, particularly newly elected members, are unaware this project has been opposed by most people living in the area of the intended site relocation. This opposition has been stated throughout the neighborhood meetings as well as one-on-one meetings with staff at individual residents ever since the original survey company marched onto the individual properties announcing the planned project. It should be pointed out that neighborhood meetings were only scheduled after the outcry of opposition. Staff has required that we submit our selected options in reference to fencing, etc., in regards to the project as it continues. While I will submit those options as required, it must be said, number one, I am still opposed to relocating the long-term existing bike path located on 13th Avenue to a site north of RTD's light rail west line that abuts my property line. Number two, I am extremely opposed to the possibility of any taking of my property and or taking of my neighbor's property through the process known as eminent domain for the purpose of relocating the 13th Avenue bike path. Number three, I recommend the existing 13th Avenue bike path be upgraded and redesigned utilizing the ground south of RTD's light rail west line. Sincerely, Jack Barnett. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Skilling, you wanted to address public comment.
Just briefly, to the extent that there is any drawings of this D10 of the 13th Street we've been hearing about, that's going to be listed as what, proposed or alternative or something? Or is that being shown as something that's going to be implemented by this plan?
Page 2 of 4 in the attachments. And Ms. Johnson, I'm not sure how that got glossed over, but it is listed in the master plan. So
where's it on here?
It's right here.
Right. So it's listed as proposed right now, right? And there is an alternative that people have been mentioning, something on the south side, right? That's an alternative that somebody's put forward. Can that alternative be listed? Or, again, this comes back to my original point of if we can just put in the language that this is still under discussion and not adopted by this plan. And that was my only point.
Okay, great. So I'll address a couple things here. So the whole project got off to a bad foot, and I think we recognize that, and it actually created new policies as far as budgeting and notification. And so egg on our face is certainly duly noted. And this council looked at 3 options, and the one that is being proposed also probably took people's front yards instead of backyards. So there was no tremendously great option. Council did approve at that time to go forward with this, with the direction to work diligently and carefully, cautiously, and honestly with the neighbors. Now, you've heard some representation tonight that unfortunately is negative towards some of our staff by someone who's not a neighbor or privy to the process, and that's unfortunate. In my experiences and in most experiences that I've had with Mr. Hutchinson and his team, they're honest and ethical, they're smart, and we appreciate what they do. And if you want to come here and attack people, you can attack the people that made the decision. I am one of those who voted in favor. I've been in Mrs. Johnson's backyard. I've met with many of the neighbors. Was not my understanding that there was an extension given on the variances. And I think it's important that we continue to understand what obstacles you might be facing. At the end of the day, nothing has been approved for condemnation, for eminent domain. Any of those sort of things would come back to this body for an approval. So nothing will happen without further action unless the neighbors and the city can work together. We may get to the point where that doesn't happen. Ms. Hodson, I think that you're very aware. You've met with council members Johnson and Abel, as well as Mr. Hutchinson, to go over many of these different aspects. Seems like we need another check-in with the neighbors as to some of the concerns we heard, and I'd hope that we could do that going forward.
Yes, we will make that happen.
Thank you. All right, so this is the first of the month, and we're going to do council committee reports. And I'm going to start all the way down on my right with the chair of our legislative committee, and that's Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I am happy to give a report on Council's Legislative Committee. We've met twice, and the first meeting we discussed norms, and also the norms include meeting with legislators when appropriate, if we have either a strong oppose or a strong support. we realized last year that oftentimes that we had weighed in that way and the vote went the other way. So we thought we could do a better job of communicating with legislators. Oftentimes, actually, the mayor is the person that meets with them. I am excited. We have 3 new members on this committee, and 3 of them are new to council. 2 of them are attorneys. So the conversation is a little different. It's a little higher level, and I appreciate their input. We hear more things regarding law type issues. We also ask that staff weigh in on the bills. And Nanette Nealon, who is the staffer for this, she does an awesome job. She makes us look great. She reaches out to the appropriate department heads for their input prior to when we meet. Also, this last time we had Judge Stavic come regarding issues that deal with the court system to get her input, because she's been working at the state level with many of the municipal judges. Let's see here. We can either take a position of strong support, strong oppose, support, oppose, monitor, or neutral. And when we are, as a group in our legislative committee, we take off our ward hats and representing our particular wards, and we put on a hat in which we are looking at issues from the city perspective. And that's a little different for most of us, but it's very helpful. We also take into consideration the Colorado Municipal League and how they are approaching a bill. And Councilwoman Gutwein sits on DRCOG, Denver Regional Council of Government, and she gives us the perspective of DRCOG as well. At the end of the session, I will give you a very comprehensive and detailed summary of some of the important bills that we've actually dealt with. This last week, 2 bills, and I'll just give you an example, are transportation bills that the mayor came our first meeting and alerted us to them. One is being originated in the Senate, and one is being originated in the House, which tells everybody of the significance of what this means to the legislature and frankly to the entire state. They're looking at transportation bills that will become initiatives and be on the ballot regarding funding for transportation issues as we go forward. At this point, we are monitoring both of them. They will change drastically as there's compromise between the 2 houses or the 2 chambers. Thank you for the opportunity.
Right. Thank you. And it's a little bit boring right now, but this group will really start getting down and dirty soon. So Budget and Audit Committee is Councilors Harrison, Beta, and LeBeer. They have not met. Their first meeting will be Monday night. Jefferson County Economic Development Corporation, I am the representative. 2 things. One, I sat on a panel to discuss condominium development in Jefferson County and had a panelist of lawyers and affordable housing folks, engineers to kind of talk about the state of condominiums, which is none, but there was some recent state law to help try to push that, and nothing's really come to light. Councilor Johnson is also on the CML Policy Committee as well as Jacob LeBeer, and I don't think you've met yet, so that's null and void. Denver Regional Council of Governments, Ms. Gutwein.
Thank you. Okay. So at our last meeting, the most important thing that we did was take a final vote on updating the Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP it's called. So basically, there used to be a process where all of the funding gets allocated through a regional pot. So all projects would come through, they get ranked based on various criteria, and then have to meet, they're on maps just like we just looked at. And an example of this is the D10 bike path went through this went through this criteria process. It gets ranked based on points and how it meets regional goals. There's very strict criteria for bike lanes and whether or not they're protected and their regional impact. And then 58 cities and counties vote on these funding allocations. So that's how the process was. And then now it's going to be a two-part process. There's going to be two pools of funding. One is through that regional for the more regionally significant projects. And the other is going to be sub-regional, so it will get money through the county level, so for us through Jeffco. And we just formally adopted that process, so that will affect the next funding process. The other thing that we do, as Councilor Johnson just mentioned, is that we get briefed on state bills as well that impact transportation, aging, affordable housing, those kinds of issues. And so the key one that we talked about is the transportation funding bill that could potentially be on the ballot. And so it's just important that we'll all be following that bill. And that's all.
Great.
Thank you.
Head Start, anything significant? I know Councilor Abel is gone, but Ms. Vincent or Franks? Okay. And Jefferson County Criminal Justice, that's Mr. Roybal and Skilling. They met, looks like, in January. Anything to update?
Really not much of anything.
Okay. Community Corrections Board?
I've been meeting.
Okay.
And I can't talk about anything that goes on there, so.
That's fair to say. Yes. Note to self, thank you. Ms. Johnson, has the Jefferson County Transportation Committee met?
They have met once, and we've gotten different updates. Actually, that's where it was brought up regarding there's a name for it, automobiles putting out smoke for bicyclists.
Oh, yeah, rolling coal.
There you go. Oh. There you go. And we'll be meeting again in a few weeks. Yeah.
Great. And then Judges Salary Committee, that's probably nothing.
That has
exciting.
not met yet.
Nor police seizure? No.
None.
All right. Screening Committee. You've met, and you're busy.
Yes.
Yes.
I've been busy.
Okay. Please, give a plug.
I'm going to add a little bit more to that. One, I guess I will swing back quickly to the Head Start. We did meet. I'm new on that board, and I'm a Head Start alumni, so I'm very excited to be on that particular committee. Councilor Abel was the chair, Councilor Vincent vice chair, and secretary, which I'm told has no duties, so I was grateful to grab that spot. Regarding the screening committee, we've had 2 very long sessions. We had a wealth of very talented, we all just leave so impressed, but we've had 2 sessions where it's everything from ACIC, Board of Appeals, Historic, and we made our recommendations, and the agenda, I believe we're on an upcoming agenda for making those appointments. So we're excited about that, but I would be remiss if I didn't call out, we still have openings. And I posted on Facebook tonight all the various openings that we have, and most of those applications are open through February 16th and ACIC until filled. So there's a ton of great opportunities. ACIC includes civic awareness, sustainability, neighborhoods, lots of good ad hoc projects, and you can expect ACIC will be loaded up after our planning session coming up later this month. So lots of great opportunities for folks to use their skills and volunteer. And ACIC is a commitment about 8 to 10 hours a month. So we want to put that out there so people kind of have a general time frame. And all the other information includes rough commitments. So thanks everyone who came out to interview.
Thank you. Urban drainage and flood control district. We actually passed a resolution that's Lakewood specific, and that's to update the planning study for Lakewood Gulch. And that gulch actually starts on Green Mountain and goes all the way down into the Platte. So it's a joint project with the city and county of Denver and the city of Lakewood. the district put in $100,000, Lakewood 80, Denver 20, and that'll be an update to the master plan, which could potentially end up getting some folks out of the floodplain with some mapping, and it's always a good thing to do. I think the last one was done in the 70s. Is that accurate, Jay? Yeah. And then I had the opportunity to go to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I think one of the main take back that I brought back was the president is trying to do a infrastructure plan. Originally was $1 trillion plan, and now that's scaled back to maybe 200 billion. And the potential caveat, which is challenging, is the way the administration is looking like it's going to go, is it's going to reward those dollars first to communities that have enacted their own infrastructure improvement plans. So that's how they're going to kind of get to $1 trillion, is through a local match as well as a federal match. So that'll be increasingly important as the metro area and state of Colorado looks at transportation funding. If indeed that's the way that that bill will roll, we wouldn't be in the queue unless we had some sort of, we meaning the state of Colorado or the metro area, have taken some action steps. And then that leads me into my next topic, and one I think we're going to want to have some discussion on. While I was there, I was able to have a couple meetings with the GSA as well as HHS to discuss the Federal Center property. And on behalf of this council and the community, I asked that they suspend the process and take a time out until there's more conversation, more communication. I'm not optimistic that that will happen because of the process, the federal process, a court injunction. They are moving forward. Part and parcel to that, that following week, Commissioner Szabo was also there and had a meeting with the White House as well as HHS, Homeland Security, and GSA to share the same concerns that our community has. And I can tell you, I think you've heard me say it or you've seen it in public, that we certainly support, or I certainly support HHS and their mission. The concern has to do with a concentration and kind of the lack of vision that can go on this sort of property. So the idea of trying to engage the federal government to see that, to potentially change the McKinney-Vento Act, as you know, that could be quite challenging to change anything in Congress. So our staff, our city attorney, our federal elected officials, everybody's trying to make a case for the city, make a case for a better project, for a better outcome. And I would leave that now up to council to try to, there's been some suggestions of a executive session to understand maybe some of the city's options, and I wanted to get some feedback from council if that's what they want to do. And then also from our city attorney under what category. I know that can be pretty narrow as to where we can go, but if that's something that we could do.
Well, certainly opportunities are there, even within the narrow options we have for executive session. The most obvious being if you have questions about what the law allows, requires, prohibits, and so on, we can have a session on legal advice, specific legal questions to be addressed. Also, this is, in my view, still a form of negotiation, and we have the ability to discuss our goals and the city's objectives privately so that they don't get compromised in the process. So certainly the bulk of a conversation could be within the scope of what kinds of terms can be negotiated and what position will the city put forth. So if it's council's wish, we can certainly prepare the materials for that for the next meeting.
So I'm getting a pretty good indication that council would like to do that. So if we can move forward with that. And then also, yes.
When we look at scheduling for that, next week is February 12th, but we also have a budget and audit committee meeting at 5:30. We may be able to schedule the executive session at the conclusion of our meeting.
I think that'd probably be best.
Okay.
And also Jefferson County EDC, as well as myself and Commissioner Szabo, did sign on to a letter to the BLM. They have indicated that they'd like to move outside of Washington, D.C. So we made sure that they knew that there is property in Lakewood, as well as the Department of Interior has made some rumblings about moving west. The interior play is so far down the road, it's probably not viable. And to be honest, the BLM ask is probably not viable at this time. But I just want the community to know that, you know, we're here, we're listening, and there'll be a meeting, is it Wednesday night? Thursday night at Alameda High School from 6:30 to 8. That will be hosted by CCH. And I know that they were at Ward 1. And it's important to note that while your city representatives are there, it's not our project. And it's very unlikely that us in and of ourselves will be able to change that outcome because of the process. But we're going to do everything that we can to have these discussions and to have them with CCH as well. So that is all that I have about that, and we'll go to reports. I'll start on my left.
No report.
Mr. Skilling?
Thank you. So as the mayor just indicated, I did go to, along with a lot of others, to the Ward 1 this last Saturday, the CCH, lack of a better word, I guess the open house, although they were invited by the representatives of Ward 1, Councilor Abel and Councilor Johnson. And there was a good crowd, and it was informative. And I bring this up just to say exactly what the mayor just said, that we are staying on top of it, and you will see our presence at these various meetings that they're having. And keep the emails coming. There's a lot of them that have been coming in, so keep emailing us, and we will, it was our promise that we'll keep you abreast of everything that we know. When we know it, you will know it. And so we're going to keep trying to do that. And I was also going to mention the February 16th deadline for the ACIC applications, as Councilor Franks had stated. And then lastly, thank you all for the input on our new newsletter that Councilor Franks has put together. I do very little on that. I provide some words here and there, but she creates a lot of content on that newsletter. And if you want to see some changes, just let us know.
For the bear.
Yeah, just first I want to mention being on the legislative committee. I'm having a lot of fun on my Friday mornings there, so I'm enjoying that thus far. And I also want to mention I'm not one of the attorneys, so just throwing that out there. Not that I have anything against attorneys. Anyway. I also want to mention, so we're having a special town hall meeting. This is not coming up till the 20th, but I just want to sort of get it on our residents' radars. It's going to be from 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. And one of our Ward 2 State House representatives will be in attendance. So we plan on having an open discussion about issues affecting Lakewood. Whatever comes up, we're willing to talk about those things. So this will be at Westfax Brewing Company, so it'll also be fun. So check it out. The address is 6733 West Colfax Avenue. It's right by Casa Bonita. Also, I just want to mention we are developing a website to give the community members in our ward information that is sourced and linked to news articles and other things, so people have a good idea of what's happening in the community, and specifically the northeast part of Lakewood and Ward 2. And the website is easy to know. It's lakewoodward2.com. So check it out and give me some input and feedback. I'm happy to hear more on that, and hopefully there'll be a new newsletter, as I promised at one time. So hopefully that'll be coming soon also. And then lastly, I'll just mention our Alameda Gateway meeting is Wednesday, February 7th. That's coming up 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. And that'll be at Gold Crown in Edgewater, 2501 Chase Street, Edgewater, Colorado. And thanks.
They're going to showcase their new clubhouse. Ms. Gutwein.
Thank you. We had our ward meeting this Saturday. We talked about growth. and growth forecasts. This is one of the most important topics in our community and something we hear a lot about. So we invited Dr. Cog, we've been talking a lot about Dr. Cog tonight, to come out and talk to us about what kind of population forecasts, aging in our community, transportation, land conservation, water, energy, all of these issues that we all need to be thinking about as we continue to grow. And I wanted to share one interesting fact from our meeting was that we talked about, okay, well, a forecast is, it can only be so accurate. We don't have a crystal ball. And although Councilor Johnson does have a crystal ball that we use at our legislative meetings, but joking aside, so in 1960, they did a forecast of where we will be population-wise in 2000. And so that's a 40 years ahead forecast, and they were 1% off of the population that was seen in 2000. So if that trend continues, they're relatively accurate forecasts. So thanks to everyone who was able to come out and join that discussion with us. I think that we can face these challenges together and armed with facts. So thank you.
Ms. Franks.
Just wanted to reiterate that community meeting that CCH has set up is Thursday, February 8th, starting at 6:30 to 8 p.m. at Alameda International Junior Senior High School. We also, this coming Saturday at our normal time, 9:30 to 11, we'll have our Ward 4 meeting. This time we're having a featured speaker, Stephen Bell, Chief Operating Officer at Jeffco Public Schools. We've asked him to focus his presentation kind of on how growth and development is impacting the school districts. And did want to say that I deeply miss being on the legislative committee. It was one of the funnest and I learned a lot, but happy to have others on there and getting that same experience. And the newsletter is the one thing I can do well. I used to do desktop publishing, so I feel very at home doing that, and thanks for the good feedback.
It's a nice newsletter. Mr. Beta.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, we had 2 great ward meetings this past 2 weeks, over close to 100 in attendance 2 weeks ago on Saturday, and we had a good second ward meeting this morning. We had some wonderful presentations from our staff, from the police department, the Parks and Recreation, the engineering and transportation, and our people were very, very impressed with our staff and their presentations. So please pass that along. Thank you very much.
Ms. Vincent.
My co-counselor covered it all. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Just briefly, I mentioned that we have a high level of input with our 2 attorneys. My apologies. Councilman LeBrew brings a higher level of input. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so quick congrats to Bill Marino, who was awarded the Steve Burkholder Diamond Legacy Award by the West Chamber for all of his work in the community. And city staff did an amazing send-off to Nicole Hensley, who is the Team USA women's hockey goalie from Green Mountain High School. So we wish them, she's the only Olympian from Lakewood, Colorado. We wish her and Team USA all the best. Our retreat is coming up on the 17th, and you will receive an email tomorrow from our facilitator with some information for you to return by next Monday night. That'll get us ready to go on that next Saturday morning. Ms. Hodson.
Yes, can I add a little bit of detail around the retreat, the planning retreat? Again, it's February 17th, and Heather Bergman will be sending you an email, and it will have a lot of content to it. So I'd ask you to spend a couple of moments on that, with that information. One part is a summary of the work that was done from your past retreat, and those major topics that you identified as priorities. Then you're going to get a list of all the things, all the items that are being dealt with right now from 2017 to 2018, including study session requests that came from each of you. So there's a lot of data here. You'll also get forms for you to fill out in terms of your priorities that you'd like to see moving forward in 2018. And finally, you'll get an update as it relates to the ACIC work, 2017, 2018, and pretty comprehensive there. So when you get an email from Heather Bergman, please take a moment and look at all that. You, as the mayor just said, you will have homework as well. In addition, the mayor will be sending an email to you that has an updated report from our state demographer. So instead of having the demographer come to your planning session, we will have the information that's updated given to you in report form. So that'll be good information just for you to review so that you're prepared and you have a good sense for what's trending in our city, in our county, and in our state. So those are two interesting emails that you can look forward to. And I just wanted to mention also that tomorrow, I think it's still today, yeah, it's 11. Tomorrow, I get to speak to a bunch of engineers at the Federal Highway Administration. So that'll be interesting. I did it a few years ago, and they actually asked me back. So that's interesting that I'll be speaking to engineers, nothing personal. And so these are folks from the Federal Highway Administration. They want to learn about leadership. So I'm going to do my best and give them everything I got. So thought I'd tell you that. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, Ms. Millard. All right, we will adjourn at exactly 11 p.m.